technical trouble. Happy Saturday, everyone. Please hit that thumbs up button. Listen up. Dance in the living room. Wherever you're at. We got a party for a lifetime. Always stopping for the sunrise. And we don't care about the bad nights. For a second, let me feel like this. Make me feel like this. So good to see you all. It's the weekend. Get it started.
I'm on my last straw. I'm broken and I'm woken up. I'm done feeling your lies. I've had enough. I can't run your place in this faulty game. And all the words you speak mean nothing more to me. 'Cause let's start over now. Rewind. And I won't let you go. I need you by my side.
Lot to talk about. Not too long, enjoyed it.
Jin. Thank you. You're welcome. I haven't heard about that. I don't think so.
Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. Ask me how we got here, 'cause you don't know how. You say we're taking on water, yeah, we're sinking now. You're looking all concerned, like we're gonna drown. But we both know how to swim, no worries as we'll fall now. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow.
You hit the bottom, I'm going down with you.
I know I'm not easy. I drag you out your mind. And there are days I hate you, but baby, you're still mine. And then we have the best times, no matter what we do. And even when we don't, there's nobody I'd rather choose. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me.
I'm on my last straw. I'm broken and I'm woken up. I'm done feeling your lies. I've had enough. I can't run your place in this faulty game. And all the words you speak mean nothing more to me. 'Cause let's start over now. Rewind. And I won't let you go. I need you by my side.
Well, hello everyone, and thank you so much for joining me. Really do appreciate your time. Today is August 3rd, 2024, 4:01 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States. Thank you so much for joining me. Really do appreciate your time. You could have chosen to be anywhere on YouTube right now, anywhere in the world, and you chose to be right here with me. I know your time is valuable, and I really do appreciate it. A lot of things are going on in the Sebastian Rogers case. Still no answers to where Sebastian is. And that's what we should all be most concerned on. However, it seems to have gone astray. But before we get to that, I want to thank a few people. Jen, absolute, thank you so much for renewing your membership, my dear. Really do appreciate that. Thank you, my love. Hey, Jude, thank you so much. Appreciate 5 months, continuous months. Thank you for your support. Your support is what keeps me here, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Nurse Andy. Thank you so much for 12 months. Very generous of you. Really do appreciate it. We love you. And Kimberly, thank you so much for your super sticker. Really do appreciate it. It means so much to me, more than you know. So I started with the channel too. All right. So yesterday was your 48th. Wow, congratulations, all things McGee. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you, Bear Bear, for sharing this out. Really do appreciate that. Another thing you can do is just hit the thumbs up button, as it helps get the word out there. Really do appreciate that so much. All right. So if you don't know by now, and you haven't joined us in the last couple of days, there's been a lot of drama happening in the Sebastian Rogers case. Hey, Twisted Reality, good to see you. Just wondering where you've been. I hadn't seen you in a couple of days. And that is that Betty, Bullhorn Betty, has what allegedly is a temporary protection order. Now, a temporary protection order is a relatively very, it doesn't meet a very high threshold in getting the temporary the temporary it doesn't have a high threshold in getting it. Now, Katie is saying that she is being harassed, stalked by Bullhorn Betty. I feel I'm very, very torn on this situation, to be quite honest with you, but I always try to see things for each individual thing, not as just painting things with one big, broad. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Holly. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Holly. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, Holly, for gifting 5 memberships. If you received one of those memberships, come on now. Thank our girl, Holly.
This is a Brooklyn-bound 2 express train. The next stop is
Beep, beep, mother
Fulton
chickens.
Street.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Giving to the lesser fight. My body aches to be satisfied. My weakness comes and goes. My weakness comes and goes.
Thank you so much, Holly, for gifting 5 pearl necklaces. Thank you, my dear. So sweet of you. If you received one of those 5 pearl necklaces, please thank our beloved Holly, and your application has been approved. Congratulations to the 5 of you that just received one of those pearl necklaces. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Tarzilla. My goodness. Thank you, guys. Thank you, dear. So sweet. That was so amazing to me. Thank you. All right. You know what? So we just took our subway down to Eastern Tennessee, we might as well get to Memphis. Okay. We might as well at least get to Memphis. So get ready. Beep, beep, mother chickens.
This is a Brooklyn-bound 2 express train. The next stop is Fulton Street.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Giving to the lesser fight. My body aches to be satisfied. My weakness comes and goes. My weakness comes and
Thank you so much, Darzilla, my sweet love, for gifting 5 memberships. Really do appreciate that. If you received one of those 5 memberships, please thank our beloved Darzilla, and your applications have been approved. Congratulations, my dears. Thank you both so very much for your support. Couldn't do it without you. So thank you so very much. Now I want to show you guys something, what happened yesterday, and then we're going to go through it because it's I don't know, guys. Like, it is just, I don't know. I don't know. When it comes to Betty, like, I understand there's a lot of things I disagree with Betty on, but has she stalked Chris or Katie? Has she stalked either one of them? I don't think she has. I really don't think she has. Oh my God, you guys, thank you so much. Mom's first always. Thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. Really do appreciate you. You know something? Chris said it takes 3 hours and 37 minutes to get from Memphis area to Hendersonville. It doesn't take us that long. It really doesn't. I mean, we get on the subway.
This is a Brooklyn-bound 2 express train. The next stop is Fulton Street.
Stand
Beep,
clear
beep,
of the
mother
closing
chickens.
doors, please.
giving to
20 seconds
the
left.
lesser fight. My body aches to be satisfied. My weakness comes and goes. My weakness comes and goes.
Thank you so very much, Mom, for Fridays. Really do appreciate you. I love you guys so much. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart for your support. Really couldn't do it without you. Okay. But I don't think that Betty has stalked or I just don't think she stalked them. I mean, I just don't see it. Now, I think Betty can go too far in things that she says, right? And I think she can respectfully, as best as I can, be a little full of herself sometimes. But I don't think, I mean, I appreciate the work that she has done for Sebastian, putting out all of the flyers and all of that. But you know what? It's really not up to any of our opinions at the end of the day. It's really up to the court. Now, I did watch some Betty this afternoon. I think it was probably maybe late morning, afternoonish today, and I hope that she is there on the 8th. I think if she is not there on the 8th, that is going to look, in my opinion, that's not going to look good for Betty, because she's technically right, that she hasn't seen the whatever the temporary protection order, and she doesn't even know who it is. However, I really, and that's strange talking. You are absolutely welcome to disagree. I am not here to sway anybody or their opinion on anything. I'm just telling you what I think. Um, at the end of the day, none of our opinions matters. It's what the court says, really. But I think she should be there on the 8th. I really think she should be there on the 8th. She hasn't physically seen it yet, I know, but Paper, your chat's moving. The chat's moving, dear. What we do not know what. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. We don't know what we haven't seen, right? And um it's it's going to be an interesting right. And Shay, very good point. That's exactly what, and I think the optics are horrible, in my opinion, for Chris and Katie. You're I mean, you're more worried, it seems more like, about Bullhorn Betty, who has been in the neighborhood one time. One time. Uh it's like you'll do whatever it is to get, to try to quiet Betty, just the same as the Bowerfoots tried to do to JLR, tried to do to Dolly, in my opinion, and also, these search groups that was out there. Uh, I'll be honest with you, someone who came and put up flyers all around Tennessee, literally from Memphis to uh, Hendersonville. That's that. So now, one thing that I do wholeheartedly disagree with Betty on is, I do think she takes her words too far sometimes. As far as saying that that someone may flat out have done something. I think that may be what gets her, that may be looked, but also that's not necessarily, um to me, that would be more civil, like, than something like a protection order. Um Thank you, Teresa. Thank you. I just try to see things as they are individually. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's bizarre to me how Betty may not agree, obviously, with Chris and Katie, but she's done a lot of good things too, as far as putting out the flyers and stuff. I don't know. I don't know. Has it met the bar? That's the question. That's the question. Um, I agree with Shay. It seems like they're more worried about Betty than Sebastian, love how you cover these cases with class. I've been with you a long time. Oh, thank you so much, MTV. Love you so much. Thank you for 5 continuous months. And where was that comment? Smiley says, here's the thing. Was thinking Kathy and Terry can't cry. They are scared. Kathy drove Terry around chasing down JLR. And that's on, Betty's side. She can show that. If, for instance, if they said, well, Betty, you can't get out of your car, which I didn't agree with Betty getting out of her car. I don't agree with the Bowerfoot guy getting out of his car. Betty, you can't get out of your car and do that. Well, we can, she can show president that he's done it himself. So, I think neither side needs to do, anything. I think that this is pretty ridiculous at the end of the day, on both sides. I think people should just do what they, to appreciate that she's taking, doing this for Sebastian. She's putting, and I think a lot of it has to do with that, in my opinion, there's there's obviously some tension between the Proudfoots and Seth as well, obviously. And I think that doesn't help either. So I don't know. It's really interesting. So I mean, I've been out with Betty, I've been out with JLR, I've been out with Dolly, been out with a lot of them. I mean, there's things in the past that I've done that I wouldn't today. People evolve, some people change, some people never change. It's, just support who you want to support at the end of the day. That's all I can say. Attorney would, well, you also, you got to think about this. Think about what Nina said. Think about what Nina said about Mr. Bowerfoot. Didn't she allege that there was a ball bat involved? You remember that? I mean, that's a lot. Now, that's quite scary. That's quite scary. And that was to the mother of Chris's daughter. Now, worst part, they took her child. It's sad that Katie couldn't go to the courthouse and get an EPO on Chris well, that's true. I agree with that. And to protect her son, but yet she runs to the courthouse and gets an EPO on BHP when she's the one hanging out the flyers, you mean? Yeah. Now, Green IPI, I agree with you on that. Those were sent to me as well. They were all over the internet. I don't know if Betty showed them on her channel or not. I didn't watch her for quite a while after she kind of went crazy on me. So I just kind of quit watching her. But like I don't agree with, but also she didn't take those pictures either. You know what I mean? So if she showed them on there and she didn't like blur out the face or whatever, I don't think it's very, very cool. But also, you also have to see it as, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So they say she's not the only one that showed it. She didn't take the pictures. She didn't take the pictures. Um, so I mean, wh- where did they? I know they were on in some of the groups and stuff, but Justin, I have a crazy question. If, and that's a huge if, they have had Sebastian in hiding and he appears, how would those involved stand legally? Oh, they would still get in a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble. They would have to probably pay back all the cost of the searches and all of that, and they would probably get kidnapping charges, um concealment of, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that they could get them on. But I'll be honest with you, I don't think Sebastian is alive. I don't think he's alive. I pray to God I'm wrong, but I don't think he's alive. Um, I really don't think he was alive after midnight on the 25th. I really do. I think before midnight, something happened to little 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, and it's very tragic. It's very tragic that he's lost in all of this. And it's been a real crap show, to say the least. You know what I mean? I know we get in craziness with each other and what each other's doing and what they say and everything like that. But this is a human being, a real human being, a life. And I know for a fact that Seth wants his son more than anything in the world. And in my opinion, I think if Katie could redo that day, I believe she would. I think something popped off in that house that night, right around bedtime, in my opinion. I've done a theory that I'm going to show you guys today. What I think is one of the theories I think is possible. I believe there was, hey vet girl, I believe there was too much going on in the lives of Chris and Katie. I think their marriage was on the rocks. I think anyone who's been married to Chris knows how he is. Obviously, not going to change anytime soon. I think he's controlling, in my opinion, manipulating, and tried to strong arm Sebastian and honestly Katie, and she let it happen, in my opinion. Now, these are just opinions. They're not facts. But that's my opinion. I was listening last night and I combed through these interviews all the time. All the time. Not all the time, but I'll go a while and I won't listen to them, and then I'll go through them again and I'll give my mind like a refresh. And I'll, like the other day, we were listening to Nancy's. We found 3 new things in there in our when we was just kind of going through it. We wasn't intentionally going like to do it, and something just came up and we was looking for something and that popped up. So thank you, MTV. I think I read that. Yeah. Okay. So yes, the Lore Lodge was amazing as well. There is some things that I want to show you guys today that I think we don't listen overall when it comes to Chris and Katie's interview. It's not viewed as much as the first interview that Duchess did. We're not going to watch the full interview or anything, but there is a few pieces that I've picked out that I found very interesting, and I wanted to share those with you. After that, I'm going to tell, or I'm going to show you, show and tell, I guess, what I believe may have happened on the night February 25th going into the 26th. It's just an opinion. It's not a fact. It is a theory out of a billion that could have happened on that night. We are not saying that anyone is guilty of anything. That's not my job or anyone else's other than authorities. So I wanted to share a few things with you. And there's one particular thing that Chris said
to ask
in this. This is from Duchess, who was she did the first interview with Chris and Katie before even news networks. But this is the second interview. This is the second interview. And later on, when I show you guys that, I want to I've got times and all of that, like how this could have played out. Chris McDonough brought up today would be interesting that the 3 wives have to say about CP. The 3 other wives, it would be interesting. It would be interesting. But there's, I think they're probably just don't want to be, they've kind of washed their hands and they just don't want anything else to do with it. Who would Sebastian walk out that door for? What door? Someone he knew? Why say I don't know why he went out the door when no one asked? I don't believe he would walk out of that door only at nighttime by himself if there was maybe a fire. So there's that. Now, there's a few things here I want us to listen to. These are just clips. If you want to see the full video in its entirety, link is provided in the description for Duchess. Justin, I was at CC YouTube channel earlier, and someone stated that the Foots and the Socks want a law to pass so CC's won't report on open cases. You cannot. I don't think that would ever happen. We have a thing in this country called freedom of speech, freedom of press, freedom of expression. So there's that. Starting to limit, and the media can be anything, by the way. Thank you, my dear. Appreciate you for enough. Thank you, my dear. Appreciate you. I personally wouldn't even worry about you. Yeah. All right, let's go.
Angela said, I would like for Chris to clarify what he meant when he said he hasn't seen Sebastian since early February. Are you able to clarify? And if you're not, just state that.
So I cannot give certain details with this investigation, and that's kind of one of those things.
Okay.
I wished I could eventually down the road. I'm sure that will allow to come out.
Yeah, so he cannot give the days. Hold on one second, guys. This is very important. Sorry, that was something very. I'll share with you guys in a minute. Yes, I was muted. I apologize for that. We'll get to that in just a minute. Okay, so here we go.
To ask, Angela said, I would like for Chris to clarify what he meant when he said he hasn't seen Sebastian since early February. Are you able to clarify? And if you're not, just state that.
So I cannot give certain details with this investigation, and that's kind of one of.
I have never, ever. Thank you, Shannon, for 6 months, my dear. Thank you so much. Love you, Shannon. Thank you. Dumpling, I was thinking that was you. I was like, I think you may have changed it. There we go. Thank you so much. Thank you, dear. I have never heard of anyone say that they cannot speak about when a non-suspect, a non-person of his words who have been vetted, who have been cleared, cannot say when they were in their own home. Tell me one time. That's interesting. Elizabeth Smart's dad. I can say whatever I want if you will help find my daughter. Yes. Yes. Get real. Get real. Someone that believes that that he can't speak about when he was in his own house weeks before. That's one of the things I can't say. Oh, really? Because I guarantee you, in my opinion, that law enforcement has never stated that to him. And that's very interesting too. Yes. Why? Seth said they didn't say anything like that to him. Didn't say anything like that to him. All right. Now
Those
listen.
things.
Okay.
I wished I could eventually down the road. I'm sure that will allow to come out.
Okay.
But as it stands right now, the answer that I've given is early February was the last time that I saw Sebastian. And no, I was not home when all of this took place. I actually got back to Nashville. And I believe it was later in the afternoon. But I was on the phone with the police for the majority of that day.
How could this man have been on the phone with the police the majority of that day whenever he was at work, he says, until 10:30 in the morning? How can you be in a crane? He says he's in a crane whenever Katie called him at 6:03. Yeah, and he says Nashville. You got to watch semantics here. King of semantics. King of semantics. Why did he say Nashville? I don't know. King of semantics. They want to know more about Saturday and Sunday. Can't talk about that either. Boy, that's interesting, isn't it? Thank you so much, Marlena, for 6 continuous months, my dear. Whenever you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Dr. Picardo, quoting another this case. Yeah, exactly. That is well said. Well said. Deductive reasoning. Don't forget, Mr. CP makes everything crystal clear. Right, Sugar Plum? About as clear as mud. Thank you so much, my dear. Didn't he say Clarksville before he elbowed him? I think that's when he was talking about Seth. But how can you be speaking, number one, to law enforcement almost the majority of that day, his words, whenever you wasn't even supposed to have a phone in your crane? At all. 6:03, he says they're barking orders in this ear, and he's trying to understand Katie in this ear at 6:03 in the morning. The noise ordinance doesn't say till 7 in the morning. Hey, Maurice, good to see you. and he spoke to law enforcement almost the majority of that day until we got there to home. That's bizarre.
Until I physically got here.
A question that I've seen.
Hold on one second.
And when all of this took place, I actually got back to Nashville. And I believe it was later in the afternoon.
Now, later in the afternoon is not 1:30, by the way. We've always heard that it was 1:30 when he got back. He's saying later in the afternoon. Is that 1:30? I don't know if he is in Louisiana. I have no idea, to be honest. I've heard that though. Another thing is, with all of this going on, Katie or Chris has not put his name on any of this TPOs either. Is Chris just working out of town? Is there trouble in, it seems like he left as soon as his daughter left. Fishy, fishy.
But I was on the phone with the police for the majority of that day until I physically got here.
Until he physically.
A question that I've seen ask, so I figured I wrote it down to ask you. Why was the sheriff's office called and not 911?
So our house is not designated for city limits, which jurisdictions for police are inside city limits. The sheriff's department is what governs our area because we're outside of that. So if you call 911 and you're outside of those areas, it goes to a central point, but then they will turn around and ask your location, and then they redirect you to another dispatcher. If you know who the dispatcher, who your law enforcement agency is that governs your area, I just call them straight.
God.
There's no point in wasting time going from one to another
BS
to get
alert.
to what I need when I know exactly who to call.
And you guys were on a 3-way call because you
Yes.
were not, you were coming from out of town. Is that correct?
We were on a 3-way call.
Yeah, that law enforcement was called on a 3-way call.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Law enforcement was called on a 3-way call. Who's your local dispatcher? Name your dispatcher, Felicia. Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. Let me call. Katie should have been the one that called. But she says she was too distraught at that point that he had been. But yet she could drive a car around. And okay, let's think about this a moment. Let's think about this one moment. She says she was too distraught to call 911. She called him. She drove a car around. And I'm assuming she was able to speak at some point. And yet Chris says, "Oh, hurry up, Katie. They're on their way. They're on their way." But she should have known that if it was a three-way call. And then other interviews, he says, "I was on the phone pretty much the whole time." Pretty much the whole time. Justin, I lived in Sumner County and I called 911. Yeah. Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify that. Terry Dean wants to ask you if Sebastian could have been sneaking out prior without y'all knowing
I'd like to think no.
I would like
about supposedly Sebastian.
These are different clips that I've clipped. So, Bear, thank you so very much, my dear, for 1 month. Didn't he say Clarksville before CLB? Oh, I think I read that one. I think that was with. And by the way, the interview that we're talking about is not the interview that's on this picture here, by the way. Truth Sleuth, hey darling, how you doing? Thank you so much. Justin, he says he's in the crane at 5:30 talking with KP at 6:02 a.m. and called sheriffs at 6:20, but law enforcement did not arrive until after 7 a.m. Correct. What's missing in here? Who is the exact person he called? Yes, who is that exact person he called? They also said at 10 minutes they were there. Well, I'm sorry, but 6:20 to a little after 7 a.m. is not 10 minutes. 6:33, 6:20, that's not 10 minutes either. It would be very interesting. You call the sheriff's office at 6:03. If you have an emergency, please hang up and dial 911. DNA, thank you so much, my dear. Just have you seen the video of the landfill that they were actually searching paperwork? I showed it yesterday. I'll show it again here in a little bit. The full video is on News 5. I haven't seen the full video. I've seen like maybe a 30-second clip, but they're looking, it's like they're pulling paper. They're looking for something in there. And actually, one of these clips, we're going to get to that in just a moment. Because Chris will not mention something here. It's very interesting.
Grandmother spoke out last night, and he said Trev apparently quoted her from some comments on a YouTube chat. Is there anything that you want to say about this particular comment? Because I have been messaged multiple times about this. If you want to address it, you don't, and if you don't want to, you don't have to. I just wanted to ask you.
I will address it. I have, like I said, if somebody's refusing to address something that shows suspicion, I have no problems to address this. The grandmother, which is Seth, at that.
If somebody, how does he put it here?
If somebody's refusing to address something that shows suspicion.
If somebody refuses to address something that shows suspicion, what shows suspicion, in my opinion, is somebody who says Sebastian took a flashlight, and then days later we see somebody with a flashlight coming from that area and going back to that area in a car, someone running back toward the common area, toward your home, and say, nothing to see here, nothing to see here. That's suspicious to me. guys, do you remember people saying that Chris was working on a car at 8 p.m. in Memphis at the camping area? Do you remember that? Whose car was that? Whose car was that? His best friend's car. Interesting. Very interesting, isn't it? Did law enforcement ever check that car? We'll get to that in a minute on something.
I have no problems to address this. The grandmother, which is Seth, at that Robin is the name. She's Seth's biological father's mom. She made her statement on whatever YouTube channel. That's fine.
Thank you, Trev.
Who was it, little Lulu?
What I can say on that is real simple. Like I said earlier in this podcast, kids are going to say things. They're going to get upset because you're a parent and they don't like your answers. Sebastian has said, like I said before, the same thing about his biological father. But when you sit your kids down and you explain to them that being a parent, you have to do things that they don't like, unfortunately, it is what it is. We're not, as parents, everybody knows we're not to be our child's best friends. We're there to be parents. As a parent, your job in life is to make sure your offspring grow up to be better than we ever have been or get things better than we ever.
Well, many times whenever someone's working on a car, right? I don't know what he was working on, but they just drop it off. They just drop it off, don't they?
Ever could get. And that's your legacy. That's our job. And kids don't like it. They're not going to understand because they're still young. Their minds are being molded. But eventually they're going to grow up. And when they have their own kids, they're going to look back and go, man.
Tori, thank you so much, my dear, for 2 months. Love you, deeply. Justin, I work in Sumner County, just 10 minutes from Sebastian's home. They call 911. Did Katie leave her phone home while connected to Chris that morning? I don't know. I really don't know. I think there are VoIP lines, VoIP lines that they have. Something is wrong in Denmark, if you ask me. I've wondered who helped him on the 17-hour trip. It takes 2 to move a camper. I don't know if it takes 2 to move a camper. I really don't know. Something like that. But oh yeah, the sheriff's office is closed at 6:30 in the morning. I mean, there's always people there, but they don't, take calls all night.
Our parents were right.
They're just dispatched out.
Because everybody that's an adult that has kids right now, not one person can say, no, he's wrong. Because you've all done it. We still do it. And that's just part of it.
I think in my opinion, the reason they didn't call 911 may have been because of one or more of their locations at the time.
Right. And thank you, Trev, for being here. I thought this was a very important when I saw this, it
Clear-
Got some
to
interesting
clear up
stuff right
her
up here.
statement about me being verbally abusive to her.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, she's not going to tell you the full story, but there's always, remember, 3 sides to the truth: hers, mine, and the truth in itself. So you can figure it out. Me and the grandmother had a conversation, and this all stems back to an incident that a family member did, that as the parents, we had consulted with law enforcement about something. They recommended not doing it.
They sure are.
Lo and behold, something happened and something was done against what we decided. I reached out to the mom and asked for her help. During that conversation, some accusations got flung in my direction and toward my wife, which the mother or the grandmother actually doesn't have the whole story. She has never once sat down with me.
I have never heard anyone say during an emergency, say, "Oh, I called the non-911 number to save time because it's going to transfer me to a dispatch." Justin, guess who are friends with each other? Friends with each other. Yeah, your kid missing is an emergency. I mean, you don't even think about that stuff. Okay, Katie, you can't find him? Hang up and call 911. Hang up and call 911. Hang up and call 911. Oh, wait. You know what we should do, Katie? After 20 minutes of them speaking, mind you, 6:03 to what, 6:20 something. You know what we should do? Better yet, don't call 911. Let me get this number here. Let me get this number, and so they won't record us, in my opinion, and they might not know my location is good, and is it not really that big of an emergency? I mean, just kid didn't seem at 6 o'clock in the morning when you walked in there. Sumner County Sheriff's Office, Tennessee, hours 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, Monday through Friday, copyright 2024, powered by the Sheriff's app. Thank you, Jenny. Also, how would you know that number off by heart? Do you keep the number realities post Grace? No. Our reality that's in here now? Do you keep the non-emergency number in your phone? CP and Eric are friends. I don't know. I really don't. I don't even know if he called even the sheriff's office, to be honest with you.
Wife, her son, and gotten the full truth on everything. She's only heard one side of the story. And I can promise you, I've got text messages and I'm not afraid to show them. I'm not afraid to screenshot them and let the public see it. Now, I will say, unfortunately, none of this has to do with the investigation of our son. But yes, we had a heated discussion. Yes, I sent her an apology for the heated discussion. and I've never received anything back from the grandmother, which I have always left that door open. In fact, the day when they got into town, I invited them to my house and welcomed them in. They stayed for a couple hours, then they left. I helped them guide them to the direction where they were putting their RV, and have always made it abundantly clear that regardless, people are going to have their disputes.
Mods, can you
Door's
drop the
always
member
open.
link, please?
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
for
you, dear.
clarifying that. Cluminati, yes, asked this several times in chat, so I want to go ahead and address that. Where can locals be looking for Sebastian? Cluminati is local to your
It's coming
area,
up.
and she would like to know where you would like for people to be looking for Sebastian so they can be looking there. Is there any areas that you and Katie want to have people that are out there searching, where you want them to be hanging flyers? What can you tell us about that?
Everywhere. I mean, everywhere. I mean, for me to give you a designated area would suspect that we think he's in an area. Well, we don't know. So anywhere and everywhere, people be very vigilant. Please be vigilant. You'd be surprised on how complacent we as
Parents
society get when
are.
we're not focused on things. We're so driven on our day-to-day functions that we forget about things that are going on around us. We're
Right.
all guilty. Myself.
I mean, it's 6:03 in the morning. You know, it's 6:03 in the morning. Why are, like, you know, they're not open at that time. And he can't call 911 if he's in Memphis, which I'm going to tell you my timeline in a minute. Little Texas, my lovey doveys, how are you doing? Thank you so much. Good to see you. Love you, dear. Appreciate you. Thank you for your support, Little Texas. Give me a call sometimes, my dear.
Included. You
What's
know,
this?
anywhere and everywhere you can look. If there's not a flyer and you can print one off and post it up where you don't see a flyer, please do. I'm speaking for all three parents and all the families. We would greatly appreciate that. We send prayers, our thoughts, and our love out to everyone. I promise you. If there was a way we could make it felt and we could show it, we would.
We appreciate that, and we're happy. We're happy to help in any way that we can to find Sebastian.
Something was
Ginger
up.
Snaps has a
Listen, in my opinion, the way Katie gets really like anxious about speaking about what she was doing. She, in my opinion, left that house for a reason. And it, in my opinion, it wasn't to look for Sebastian. That's my opinion. You feel how you feel, but that's my opinion. Especially, hurry up and get home. Katie, hurry up and get home. They're on their way. Now, what that reason is, I don't know. But there's a lot of he's already. And there's a lot of anxiety and there's a lot of coughing going on when they're speaking about that morning. In my opinion, Chris did not want her to speak about that or watch what she said. There's two he's that live in that house. And there's one haw, and that's Katie. He haw. Chris, Sebastian, and technically, if Chris hadn't been there in a month, He hadn't lived there in a month. Well, then it's really just Katie and Sebastian. Why wasn't Chris living there? Reality, my love. Thank you so much for gifting 5 world-renowned membership pearl necklaces. If you received one of those pearl necklaces, please thank our beloved Reality Wins. Beep, beep, mother chickens.
This is a Brooklyn-bound 2 express train. The
On
next
the road
stop
again.
is Fulton Street.
Just can't wait to get
Stand
on the
clear of
road
the
again.
closing doors, please.
Giving to the lesser fight. My body aches to be satisfied. My weakness comes and goes. My weakness comes and goes.
Thank you so much, Reality, for gifting 5 pearl necklaces. If you received one of those pearl necklaces, please thank our beloved Reality. Thank you for your support, Reality. It means a lot. Your applications have been approved. Congratulations. Thank you again, my dear. All right, let's continue with this because there's some stuff up here that it's almost there, I'm pretty sure.
Question: can any
I
of
wanna address.
Sebastian's school friends drive?
Thank you. It is what it is.
So so I think there's a misconception about what he calls friends. He's not in normal classes. He's in like what they call it, Why We Try program. So
Sebastian was not in regular classes according to Chris. He was in the Why We Try program. Canadian grandma, I called 911 when my son was having a breakdown 8 hours away, and they transferred me to the local police because close to my son. Not sure if they can do it the same in the USA or not. I don't know, but Chris says he's trying to save time. Well, yeah, Why We Try.
any kids with IEPs and et cetera, things of that nature, are put into this class where they
Exactly.
have 3 or 4 teachers or assistants in the room with a teacher at one given time. And while that goes on, there's not many kids in the class. So if Sebastian says they're a friend and they talk to him, he considers them a friend.
Okay.
But he doesn't have friends like most kids that would go and, hey, I'm going over to Johnny and Susie's house to hang out.
I'm gonna fast forward
Christmas
this a little
Eve, I
bit.
just want friends.
That's so sad.
Creations. How do you redirect any meltdowns that he has?
Depends on who he's with. Every parent handles him very much differently.
Oh, listen to this.
Sometimes you can just give them a
Right here.
pressure hug with light.
Did you hear that? A pressure hug. A pressure hug. Now, Mohawk has been speaking about this for a long time. A pressure hug. Did things get out of hand that night? Deep pressure hug. Does you guys know what a pressure hug is? Things could have gotten out of
Squeezing.
hand.
Parent handles him very much differently.
Nobody talks about this.
Sometimes you can just give them a pressure hug with light squeezing and talk to him calmly and calm him down. And other times you can tell him to go to his room because that's his space, and tell him to take 5.
And then there's times where me and him go outside and we'll have a discussion. Like, tell me what's on your mind, dude. I give you free reign. Talk to me. Let it out. I don't care what it is. Just say it. If that's what helps you, say it.
Because he doesn't want
There's-
to say a curse in front of mama.
Yeah,
There's these devices that you can use, right, for the deep pressure hugs as well. But, you know, what happens? I don't know. Something happened. I think right around bedtime. I'll tell you my theory here in just a little bit. Perhaps, you never know. Yeah, they're like weighted vests.
That is one thing he's
You know, I mean, a lot of us bought those weighted blankets a few years ago when they were all out. Remember the weighted blankets? The weighted blankets? Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
been good about it. Is like, look, don't ever do it in front of your mom. That's all I'm asking. But if you and I go out somewhere and you want to do it, I'll give you
Give him
no consequences. I'll give you some time to do your thing. And he does it. He'll cry. He'll get all of his thoughts and his feelings out, and he'll cry, and then he'll give me a big old hug and say, "I'm sorry and I love you." We hug it out. I'm like, "It's all right, buddy. Trust me. Everybody's got to have an outlet."
But we tell him, like, if you need to yell and
Vet Girl says, sorry, but he doesn't seem like the open communication type. Military people are used to those words, and by no means do we allow anyone to curse us out. They say something up here. They've said it before, but
scream or be angry, just say, I need a minute to do that. And then, you know, whatever you say
they
during
might have
that
already
time.
said it.
If they
Hold
no
on.
consequences, I'll give you some time to do your thing. And he does it. He'll cry. He'll get all of his thoughts and his feelings out, and he'll cry, and then he'll give me a
Sebastian.
big old hug and say, "I'm sorry and I love you." We hug it out. I'm
It's
like,
terrible.
"It's all right, buddy. Trust me. Everybody's got to have an outlet."
But we tell him, like, if you need to yell and scream or be angry, just say, I need a minute to do that. And then, you know, whatever you say during that time frame, you don't get in trouble for it. And if you got to curse, you got to curse, but only when you're doing the free time. That way it sets a limitation so
know.
that he's not just, you know, free balling all the time with curse words.
When he's with his father, that I know of, that we've all discussed, they'll go fishing. They like to do a lot of fishing, and that's where he has his moments with his dad, and they have their discussions. So, I mean, like I said, it varies with each parent.
Okay. David Bryant sent a super chat and he has a question, and
Okay, guys, someone sent this
I'm
to me
not sure
just
why
now.
this even.
They asked me to show it. Let me show this real quick. This is National FFA organization, the National Organization of Agriculture Education. Students founded in 1928 for Sebastian Rogers was awarded to the FFA Greenan degree of the Beach Creek FFA chapter and is entitled to this testimonial given on the 14th day of December 2023. They said, please show this Sebastian's achievement completed on given online given to Seth at the prayer vigil. Bless his heart. Let's give a round of applause for Sebastian and some green hearts. Very proud of you, Sebastian. Wouldn't a pressure hug hurt his chest? I don't know. I don't know exactly what was wrong with his chest.
Applies,
Be
but
quite
I'm going to
honest.
ask it. David Bryant says, CP said, let questions fly. So, Katie, did you have an active dating profile at the time Sebastian went missing? Any sort of dating profile?
Okay,
I'm not sure.
I don't actually have a problem answering that. I've never had a dating profile.
I hope that helps, David Bryant.
Excuse me.
And then True Crime Cafe with Dago says, how often does your daughter get to visit Chris? Respectfully, I've seen a lot of comments in this chat tonight saying that you did not want your daughter and Sebastian to be around each other. And I'm just not.
I wonder if that would hurt him then at like a deep pressure hug. He had a depression in his sternum.
Not sure where that's coming from. Can you talk to me about that?
Sure. I got no
Okay.
problem. So I have a
Okay.
parenting plan with my ex-wife. I get her every other year on spring breaks. I get her in the summers.
I do too, Janie.
And I get her, like, we split the Christmas time frame.
Okay.
My parenting plan is very much like the mom's with her ex-husbands. The only difference between the two is he lives here. So, and we have a great relationship with each other. So it's easy to be like, hey, can I have you this weekend? Sure, man, whatever.
How about that?
It's not like
Loli says Katie didn't have one, but Christopher did. Uh-oh.
It's turmoil between everybody.
Okay, because I was noticing that there were comments saying
Just
that
a
the reason
swingin'.
Sebastian was going to live with Seth is because your daughter is coming to move in with you and that you don't want your daughter around Sebastian. And I just wanted to get clarification on that.
Whoever feels or believes, if you've got proof of that, please show it to me. I'll be happy to address it, but I'll tell you right now, I don't have custody of my daughter like that. I wished I did.
He wished he did. He's been trying to get custody for what, 6 years now? Six years? He wished he did. He certainly didn't want his daughter around Sebastian.
Sebastian going to his father's has nothing to do with my daughter at all.
Okay.
You've said.
Thank you for clarifying that.
God.
You're welcome.
Exactly, baby kisses.
I will say, like, everybody out there, thank you for the questions. I'm glad that we can help clear some of this out. I've told everybody online, like, look, I'm respectful, I'm direct, and I'm brash. But ask a question, I'll get to them and I'll answer them the best of my ability. There are thousands and millions of people, but there's only 3 of us, and we are doing our best to being able to address people as we can.
Okay. And the reason I was asking, because Alicia P had made the comment, the problem is you're seeking custody of your daughter. And if you don't want Sebastian around your daughter, just how was that going to work, Chris? Because now Sebastian is missing. That's why people want to know.
Mm-hmm.
So that was why I asked.
No, I understand. And I can see where people's correlations are trying to put 1 and 2 together. Unfortunately,
Right.
it's 2 different puzzles.
Okay.
My case with my ex-wife, that is a whole totally different situation. At some point, eventually, I can let that out. Right now, that's still in an ongoing court battle. And to be honest with y'all, because of all of this with Sebastian, it has actually caused some issues in that court case, which unfortunately it is what it is.
It's caused issues in that court case. It's caused issues in that court case. Sebastian being missing has caused issues in that court case. So could anything before have been causing issues in the court case as well? Just a question. Yeah, when someone says, to be honest, I take concern with that because it's always supposed to be honest. KP needs to stand up for her son and not, oh my God, yes, and not allow anyone to put someone else's child above her own. Rise up, shipmate, stronger and smarter. Amen.
And hopefully I'll have some good news and I'll let you guys know.
Remember
Hopefully
when-
something here soon.
Hopefully we'll have some good news soon. Okay. Remember when he called Nina during that 17 hours and said that, Nina said you could tell something was bothering, but she didn't really want to call and tell him that Sebastian was missing. And she's like, well, we need to call the attorney because they had court in 6 days from the time Chris called. And Nina said, well, Chris, I need to call and tell them that this is going on, that we have court next Tuesday. And he screamed at her and said, we're not going to have court next Tuesday. Why? Was he not expecting Sebastian to be home? Really? Thank you, Serenity, my love. Appreciate you so much. My son just came over and mentioned I should watch Live, and I told him I watched his 3-part series on Sebastian. My son said he just watched that and said something is not right with the mom and stepdad. It's abso-freaking-lutely something is wrong. Something is clearly wrong. I mean, for God's sakes, the only thing we see of anyone that night is walking from the area of their house and then walking back. Justin, I texted you about depressed sternum affecting lungs and breathing. Thank you. Okay, I'll look at that.
Okay.
Chris, can it be verified that you were in Memphis?
Listen to this.
Yes, very much.
Very much.
Very much.
Very much.
What is law enforcement allowing you all to do to look for?
Could you elaborate on that? Just very much, very much.
Sebastian.
We're doing everything we can.
Anything we can, as long as it does not hinder the investigation. So if people want more specifics, we've got flyers that are going out anywhere and everywhere we can put them out. We actually were able to get some yard signs, kind of like the signs that go in the yard for kind of like real estate agents. We got some of those missing. We got those put out, spread through all out the state, some in different states.
Guys, it's sugar water time. Sugar water.
Give me sugar, water. More.
Chris Grundy.
Oh, your skin is hanging off your bones.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Itself, Alabama, Mississippi, a few in Kentucky, all the way up to Louisville. I believe we even got some down in Georgia, some in different. We got those put out, spread through all out the state, some in different states itself, Alabama, Mississippi, few in Kentucky, all the way up to Louisville.
Alabama, Mississippi.
I believe we even got some down in Georgia.
Flyers that we've put out.
Flyers. We got flyers that travel throughout various states, billboards throughout the entire state of Tennessee. I can tell you that I've seen 7 from Nashville to Memphis that I could confirm.
But we're also out and about.
But we do have, we are like feet on the ground looking. We're constantly trying to think of different ways. We're reaching out in various positions, and people might be able to bring something to the table that we don't know about. There are some companies out there that are amazing.
And foundations that work with missing children. We've been reaching out to them as well.
Yeah, I know that you've been working with the Aware Foundation. I do a lot of work with them.
You said there was, they had asked you if there was any flashlights that were missing.
Here we go. Listen.
And that prompted you to go look. Tell me about that. There was
Now, apparently, Chris or Katie says they asked if there were any flashlights missing. Isn't that interesting? I guess police asked them if any flashlights were missing, and that prompted them to go look. Yes, and Seth said that flashlight didn't even work. It was just a fidget. I don't think any of us caught that before. That they asked if any flashlights were missing, and that prompted them to go look. Now, from who I've spoken to, they say it is obvious, in their opinion, that it is clear what you see.
question that they had asked you if there was any flashlights that were missing, and that prompted you to go look. Tell me about that.
Yes.
There was some questions about the flashlight, so I just wanted you guys to reiterate that.
Right. So Sebastian had it's about a little 3-inch. If you think about the little keychain flashlights, that you used to find at vendor tables they give out for free, cheapies. It was something that he picked up at one of the local festivals, and so right now we still this day cannot find it. So we are assuming that he took it with him because it cannot be found.
Okay.
That's it.
And how often does law enforcement update you guys?
Very regularly.
Okay.
I can tell you,
and Chris,
in my opinion, that those flashlight in the dark is not a keychain flashlight. Not a keychain flashlight. Is it? Not a keychain flashlight. It is bigger than a keychain flashlight. Much bigger.
Black says, what about
was
the
it?
initial press release where it was said that
Listen to
Sebastian
this.
liked to stay up late?
So originally, in the very first days, I should have pulled it up. allegedly, Chris and Katie, one of the two, said Sebastian liked to stay up late. He had trouble sleeping, and he might be sleeping during the day. Now, the way Katie makes it sound, you remember that? Yeah. The way Katie makes it sound, Sebastian just went straight to bed. No problem. 9 o'clock. Good night, mom. Good night, puppies. That's it. However, the first story, according to the neighbors, Katie was sleeping on the couch. There is no phone call mentioned. She wakes up about 11:30. Remember, just before midnight, we got off the phone. Just before midnight. But the original story, according to the neighbor, there was nothing mentioned of Chris and Katie being on the phone. She woke up at 11:30 and she sees that Sebastian's room light is still on. She goes in there and told him to go to bed. He's got to be up early the next morning. It's 11:30. I'll show you something in a minute.
I don't remember hearing that, but
I don't either, but I
Uh,
shouldn't like to stay up late.
What's this?
I don't remember hearing that,
I
but
don't either, but
Chris and Katie doesn't remember hearing that. Well, what's the emergency management guy even said it in a in an interview. He even said it in an interview in the first few days that apparently this young man likes to stay up late. And we're hoping he will not outwalk the radius and he will sleep or take a rest during the day. They say they don't remember hearing that though. But he doesn't remember hearing that. Okay.
I just wanted to put that out there because I thought maybe I missed something.
well, I mean,
It's on
if
there.
he, like I said, we said earlier, he's a typical teenager, so he will get up in the middle of the night. He, it's hard to say. I personally don't remember that being said in the interview, and I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, the Sumner County emergency management guy is not going to say that if it wasn't told to him by one of you.
And I'm not doubting it, but I mean, he's a typical teenager. He'd get up, go get snacks, and go back to his room. So
He did regularly get up at night.
Mom's saying he regularly got up at night.
Where Summer wanted to know what's Sebastian's favorite food, drink? Is it ice cream, chips?
He is
Anything with sugar in it.
Anything with sugar.
favorite drink is probably a Yoo-Hoo.
No, he'd take chocolate milk over Yoo-Hoo.
Oh, well, okay. Well, chocolate drink, chocolate milk.
As
Yeah.
long as it's not the fat-free chocolate milk that the school switched to, because he's really upset that the school switched the chocolate milk to fat-free and now he doesn't like it.
Who did Sebastian love the most out of everyone?
Okay. I don't know how you want to how I'd answer that.
One day me, one day
I mean,
Chris,
he
one
may
day
not have had.
Dad. 5 minutes later. I mean, it just depends on when you ask him.
I mean, if I let him do what if I take him and go do something cool, oh, I'm the hero, you know. But when I'm getting on to him, Mom's the hero.
When I'm getting
When
on to it.
Dad takes him fishing, Dad's the hero. So I mean, it's he's got 3 parents that love him equally.
He's loved and loves all his parents. I mean, but I mean, we all have our moments when we're not his favorite too. I mean, he's a kid.
And True Crime Cafe with Dago says, has anyone else in the family ever threatened to have Sebastian removed or anything like that?
No.
Okay. And does loud noises or certain smells bother him? Just curious, if law enforcement approached him with sirens, will he run or melt down?
He doesn't like loud noises, but they've known about that from the beginning. So, like, if it's a song he likes, he can turn the volume up, but like fireworks, he can't stand that kind of noise. So, he does have a sensitivity to sudden and loud noises,
Mm-hmm.
mostly.
Okay. And it said that he likes to hide in small.
Oops, hold on. Okay. This is the flashlight video. I'm trying to find that one thing where it says they didn't want to outwalk the search area. We're going to get to this is the flashlight up close. That's not a keychain flashlight. Definitely not a keychain flashlight. Right, vet girl. Who had all the keys? Who had the keys to the back door? Well, no one except Chris or Katie. And then there's a thump. Very sad.
Says, does Katie look
Here.
in on him if she gets up to use
Listen,
the bathroom or anything in the night usually?
Not normally. I've never really had a whole reason to. I mean,
She never had a whole reason to go look at her
now
son.
that he's older, at least. He gets up in the middle of the night and he comes in and gets snacks, and the dogs don't even bark at him because he shushes them and they know him. But
The dogs don't even bark at him because he shushes them and they know it. Well, the dogs got to start barking before you shush them. Yeah, why say that? Yeah, why bring it up? Why even bring the dogs up? Why add that? The dogs don't even bark because he shushes them. That wasn't the question, number one. He gets up and gets snacks. Wait. Did she say he comes down? Let's back it up.
not normally. I've never really had a whole reason to. I mean, now that he's older, at least. he gets up in the middle of the night and he comes in and gets snacks, and
He comes in.
the dogs don't even bark at him because he shushes them and they know him. But no, I've never, since he's gotten older, I don't really have a
She said he comes in. He comes in.
reason to like peek in on him and wake him up.
And does he get up and down normally throughout the night on a regular basis? True Crime Cafe with Dago ask.
It honestly,
Yeah.
he gets up and down
Here.
at different.
Let's play it again.
Middle of the night and he comes in and gets snacks. We had a whole reason to. I mean, now that he's older, at least. He gets up in the middle of the night and he comes in and gets snacks, and the dogs don't even bark at him because he shushes them and they know him. But
Doesn't
no, I've
even make
never,
sense.
since he's gotten older, I don't really have a reason to like peek in on him and wake him up.
And does he get up and down normally throughout the night on a regular basis?
She doesn't say come down.
Like peek in on him and wake him up. No, I've never, since he's gotten older, I don't really have a reason to like peek in on him and wake him up.
And does he get up and down normally throughout the night on a regular basis? True Crime Cafe with Dago ask.
It honestly,
Yeah.
he gets up and down at different times, different nights. I mean, not always. I mean, he goes in the kitchen and he'll sneak snacks and sweets and things he knows he's not supposed to be having, like
The medicine will make him crave
typical
sweets and
kids do.
stuff at night.
But for the most part, I mean, that may be about it. And then he goes right back to his bedroom.
Okay. Bobby James asks, can Chris comment on why you are threatening lawyers about the bio dad's GoFundMe?
So the conversation of that is not threatening the bio father with attorneys. That conversation that flew out between me, the father was in the house, his sister was on the phone. We asked them to take that down. That goes back to one of the questions as far as one of the things we all agreed not to do.
Sleeping medicine
because
does.
even with law enforcement, it says it could portray a bad look. So we
Bad
all
look.
agreed not to do it. She did it anyways. And then we asked her politely to take it down first time.
Exactly. You always have a reason to check on your children, especially if they're special needs. I don't care how old they are, you check on them. Especially if it's just the two of you there.
She got nasty with us on the phone. And then I retaliated and I told her, I said, if this causes harm to our son, you can bet I will call an attorney.
Let's see. Was Sebastian playing with one of his
Thank you, Lady
devices
in Boston.
online
Yes.
or on his Switch before he went to bed? Annabelle Roma asked.
Yes. Thank you, my dear.
None of his devices are connected to online.
Okay. All right. Vet Girl says, can you ask what Sebastian's normal school night routine is?
Listen
like
to this.
some kids like to have their shower or a favorite blanket, their favorite pajamas. Please and thanks.
Sure. Sebastian comes home, gets off the school bus, comes in the house, does his chores, completes his homework, eats dinner. That time kind of varies. I don't have a set time on that.
You hear what he says there? I don't have really a set time on that. This child, in my opinion, was dictated to do everything. I don't really have a set time on that. I don't have a set time on that. Militant. Yeah, and he's not even home. Yeah. But what we're going to get to in a moment is they're going to ask about cameras in the home. So, homework, chores.
Like some kids like to have their shower or a favorite blanket, their favorite pajamas. Please and thanks.
Sure. Sebastian comes home, gets off the school bus, comes in the house, does his chores, completes his homework, eats dinner. That time kind of varies. I don't have a set time on that. Bedtime, we normally.
So, he doesn't have a set time when he should, eat or not. Thank God. At least you give him that.
Have it around kind of varies. I don't have a set time on that. Eats dinner. That time kind of varies. I don't have a set time on that. Eats dinner. That time kind of varies. I don't have a set time on that. Eats dinner. That time kind of varies. I don't have a set time on that. Bedtime, we normally have it right around 8:30, 9 o'clock. Sebastian gets a shower most of the time before he.
We normally have it 8:30, 9 o'clock. Well, maybe there's a new schedule. You haven't been home in a month, right? Right?
Goes to bed. Eats dinner. That time kind of varies. I don't have a set time on that. Bedtime, we normally have it right around 8:30, 9 o'clock.
8:30 or 9 o'clock for a 15-year-old. This, okay, 8:30 or 9 o'clock for a 15-year-old. What time is the average time a child gets home from school? 3:30, 4 o'clock? 3:30, 4 o'clock? 4? So, yeah, a 15-year-old with chronic insomnia. So, 4 o'clock. So he goes home, does his chores, ever how long that takes. Right? Does his chores, does his homework, eats dinner, takes a shower, and then they put him straight to bed. 8:30, 9 o'clock. Are you kidding me? Hey, PG. Yes, exactly, PG. That is absolute bull. And there, Katie says they came home, he took out the trash, they had a pretty good evening. He played in his room until bedtime. That's her words. So he's in his room the whole time and then he goes to bed. Doesn't say anything about a shower, homework, anything. But 8:30 for a 15-year-old, that's ridiculous. I mean, what time do you give his medicine?
Sebastian gets a shower most of the time before he goes to bed.
Before he goes to bed. I mean, Sunday night, your kids take a shower, right? For school the next day. Some kids do it in the morning, but most do it the night before. Oh, I'm sure he had to have loved it when Chris wasn't there. Can you imagine? I mean, Katie probably did too.
Around 7 o'clock ish.
Mm-hmm.
So listen to this.
Around 7 o'clock ish.
Listen to that.
Home comes in the house. Does his chores, completes his homework, eats dinner. That time kind of varies. I don't have a set time on that. Bedtime, we normally have it right around 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Yeah, he was last seen in those white striped pants, which is not really a something you'd wear to bed, really, is it? I mean, if he's in pull-ups, he would need a shower in the morning too. I mean, if he's listen.
Sebastian gets a shower most of the time before he goes to bed. Around 7 o'clock ish.
7 o'clock-ish. 7 o'clock-ish. So he goes home, does his chores, eats dinner, doesn't really have a scheduled time on that, meaning Chris. And then he takes a shower or does his homework, takes a shower, and then is straight to bed. I mean, did the kid have any sort of life? Did he have any sort of life? Chores, homework, bath, shower, bed. No friends.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing outside of school.
But then, like I said, he's in the bed by 9 o'clock.
No wonder Seth, let him, chill out more there.
And
No wonder
Sebastian
he said
didn't
he didn't
have
want to go
anyone
back.
that lived in the area that he hung out with at all that lives near you.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Alicia P, for that question. And then Alan Tank says, what's Sebastian like with people outside the family that he doesn't know? Is he shy with strangers? Is he outgoing?
So that question you asked earlier in the podcast, it depends. Each day it kind of varies. He can be shy. He can be talkative. With most kids, he don't hold back when it comes to kids. He is like, he's got a up close and in your face kind of thing that he's got to work on.
Yeah, he liked to stay up at night. I heard a thud at 11 and said, "Hey, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed?" That's one of the stories. Seth says he likes to stay up at night. Bingo. Bingo.
So it kind of makes it difficult. With adults, it depends. There are some days he doesn't even want to talk to family members, and some days he may. It just kind of depends.
Do you all have camera footage in your home? I've heard
Here
people
it is.
saying
Listen to
that
this.
too.
That is some information that we cannot divulge at this time due to the ongoing investigation.
Can't tell you if he has cameras in his home due to an ongoing investigation. Wouldn't that be something you would say, yeah, we saw him walk out of our house? Or we didn't see nothing. I absolutely believe that there was cameras in the inside of there, in my opinion, because Chris, in my opinion, is a control freak. And he wanted to see what was going on in that house. He wanted to see if Sebastian was acting up again. He wanted to hear and know everything. Everything. But they can't tell you due to an ongoing investigation. The police are saying, hey, let us know if you've got anything on camera. Please tell us. We would have seen it. We would have heard it. What did Nina say? But Chris, don't you have cameras in the home? Don't you have cameras in the home? Let's listen to that again.
Well, with adults, it depends. There are some days he doesn't even want to talk to family members, and some days he may. It just kind of depends.
Do you all have camera footage in your home? I've heard people saying that too.
That is some information that we cannot divulge.
Katie says something there.
Heard people saying that too.
That is some information that we.
I can't understand what she says there. She says something in the background, but I can't understand what it is. Janice, oh, thank you, my dear. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it for gifting a pearl necklace. If you received that pearl necklace, please thank our beloved Janice. Thank you for your support, my dear. Really do appreciate it. Oh, thank you, Janice. We love having you. Thank you so much. Okay.
Cannot divulge at this time due to the ongoing investigation. That is some information that we cannot divulge at this time due to the ongoing investigation.
Okay.
Yeah, saying, oh, we have cameras in our house. We saw him walk out, or we didn't see anything, but we heard the door open at such and such time, but it's an ongoing investigation, y'all. Oh my God. Christopher. Katie.
Christopher! Katie! Christopher! Katie! Christopher! Katie!
Come on now. Come on now. Yeah, for the man that hasn't allegedly been home in a month, boy, he's talking like he was just there that night. Pretty interesting, isn't it? God.
Okay. Thank you.
I wish we could, but unfortunately we can't.
Did Sebastian have?
I wish we could, but unfortunately we can't.
Okay. Thank you.
I wish we could, but unfortunately we can't.
Did Sebastian
I can't understand what he
have
said
a
there.
key to
when
the
he left.
house? And if he did he take that key with him?
That is another part of an investigation that's ongoing that we cannot answer.
Okay. Did he take a key with him? Did he take a key with him? However, in other interviews, he says he would have had to have a key. He would have had to have a key. What the hell? You just hear you say, oh, that's due to an ongoing investigation. Who else had a key to the back door? There's only most likely 2 people to have a key to that back door. Could someone get through that back door? Could someone leave that back door? Did someone go through that back door and go through a fence area? Thank you, Truth Sleuth, my dear. Appreciate you. Justin, that is CP speak for yes. I mean, yes. Sometimes, in my opinion, the non-answer is an answer. You know what I mean? So I think we're on the same point there. That is CP speak for yes. There were cameras and they either deleted footage or got rid of them. CP is the real life example of Big Brother watching KP and Sebastian all the time. Creepy, in my opinion. Bingo. 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 I think, in my opinion, those cameras are out probably in Kentucky, rusting the metal parts from inside the camera. The plastic probably it'll never go anywhere, but that's where I think it is. Chris didn't deny it, and Chris's ex-wife said, Chris, but didn't you have cameras inside? There's that. Oh, thank you very much, fat girl. Thank you, my dear. Very sweet of you. The back door, who had a key? How do you lock the back when it's dark? A cell phone? Who knew SR? Who knew Sebastian to go out that door? Well, they said Sebastian would not go out that back door. One, because of the sound that it would make. The sound that it would make. And he couldn't later on, he couldn't have went out that back door because when they were doing a process of elimination, that Chris's word, he'd had to have a key. He'd had to have a key. But I don't know. I bet you, betcha. There are 2 adults that have a key. Now, Katie says Sebastian regularly and consistently went out a certain door and regularly and consistently closed and locked the door behind him. Very interesting. Key part of the investigation. Yes. Yep. Exactly.
Okay. Guys, for being patient. I do.
Oh, a new pearl is born. Oh, Betty, thank you so much. Or is it Bet? Do you pronounce it Bet or Betty? I don't know. Thank you, my dear. A new pearl born. Pearls look amazing on you. Thank you, my dear. Welcome to the family. Crazy, thank you so much. Love, love, love you, Justin. Thank you for, thank you, my dear. Thank you. You're so sweet. Really do appreciate the support. Thank you so much. So who and how did he get out a door that he doesn't use? Someone else. Well, let's talk about that. They said Sebastian only uses one door by himself. That is the front door. And he goes to the garage door with Katie. Those are the only two doors he uses. He wouldn't have used the back door because he'd had to have a key. And he wouldn't have used the back door because of the sound that it makes. So there's the back door, the front door, the man door, and the garage door. That's how many doors are in that house. He didn't use the man door because he couldn't have locked it from behind him. He didn't use the garage door. We know that. He didn't use the back door because he'd had to have a key and he was scared of the sound. And then Chris says, so, and Katie, well, that leaves us to believe he used the front door. But then again, in another, when Chris was on panel, or actually on Smiley's, he said, Smiley asked, well, could someone kind of, went up to the front door and, kind of lured him or anything? And he said, no, 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 that couldn't have happened because someone, he would have been, that person would have been seen on camera. Okay, well, if that person is seen on camera going up to the door, then you're going to be seen on camera coming out of the door as well, especially if you're seen all the way down at the driveway. Whenever, if it picks you up down, I'm not saying you can see it really good, but you can see a figure, you can see the motion. That's why the camera picks it up. He was seen, or someone was seen, with the trash can after dark, mind you, taking out the trash. Well, you would have been seen coming out of that front door as well. So, if you're not seen going out of that door and you can't lock the back door, you can't lock the man door, and you're not going out the garage door, and you're not seen going out the front door, the only time we see anything that could potentially come from that house is around 3 o'clock in the morning, which we're going to get to a timeline here in just a minute, and at 6:03 a.m. when Katie leaves. Which means, in my opinion, he had to have been taken out of that house. No other if, ands, or buts about it. That's just that.
You have 4 or 5 more messages that just popped up that said, They want to know that you definitely took a polygraph and passed because it got cut
Oh,
off by
guys,
a
listen to
different
this.
question and they
Oh,
feel like you did.
Hold on. I need to thank that girl. Wait till this. Just wait till this. Just wait till this. The back door, he would have had to have a key. Where was that? I just had it on there. Laura, if the back door, he would have had to have a key to lock it from behind him. Because remember, all the doors were locked. He was also scared to go out the back door because it made a weird sound. Wait till this. Wait till this one coming up here. Red girl, thank you so much again, my dear. It's incredibly generous. Thank you. Really do appreciate your support. A key is part of investigation. So the only door has a key is the front door, or not, the back door and the man door. He just said what door was used, in my opinion. I agree. I agree. I absolutely agree. Now listen to this, what he's about to say. Listen to this, because in my opinion, whether it's semantics or not, we were deceived by this right here. Listen to
I've
this.
heard people saying that too.
That is some information that we cannot divulge at this time due to the ongoing investigation.
Okay.
Thank you.
I wish we could, but unfortunately we can't.
Did Sebastian have a key to the house? And if he did he take that key with him?
That is another part of an investigation that's ongoing that we cannot answer.
Okay. Guys, for being patient. I do have 4 or 5 more messages that just popped up that said they want to know that you definitely took a polygraph and passed because it got cut off by a different question and they feel like you did not answer that. So I'm just asking one more time. This is the last time, guys, I'm going to revisit this question.
Okay. For the record.
Mo, he said he passed it, according to Amy.
Well, hold on. Somebody asked the question, was a polygraph taken and has it been passed? Yes. I didn't specify who or when. But what I can tell you, everything has been vetted completely. Polygraphs have come back as passed.
Now, for the record, to make this crystal mother chicken clear, this was the 3rd time. The 2 times the first time he said passed. The results are passed. And people in the chat was like, no bueno, Chriso, no bueno. Nope. Not today, Lucifer. Not today. And they asked again. And he's like, yeah. And then Dutch says, he said he passed. And then that's when says, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Remember, first, this is Dutch's second interview. First interview, we have been vetted. We have been cleared of any wrongdoing. There is none of that, yada, yada, yada. And law enforcement said I didn't need a polygraph because of where I was. Well, let me tell you something. When he went to Nancy Grace's and he said, name the time and place, he also said law enforcement said I didn't need it because they know where I was. But he said he would do a polygraph with Nancy. That never ever happened because he said, well, TBI said I could take one. They're not going to give you a polygraph just to appease you if they don't need a polygraph from you. They either need one or they don't. If they know you are in Mississippi or wherever the hell you were, they're not going to just do it because you went and asked them. You weren't home, right? What time did I leave? Sunday. Exactly. Exactly.
So I'm
Working up a sweat
confused
here.
as in why they're all wondering if myself, my wife, and the biological father took one. When law enforcement agency has come out and told everybody, even in the TBI news link, if you guys hadn't read that,
Listen to
please
this.
go out and read that. That's got a lot of great information in
Listen
it,
to this.
especially it's probably the most up-to-date information.
Listen.
But they will even tell you at this point in time, they have no reason to speculate foul play, anything on the parents. Everybody's been extremely cooperative of anything and everything they've asked us.
They didn't say, they said you've been extremely cooperative, or they've said you've been cooperative on the TBI. But they didn't say anything about anyone being cleared at all. That is what they said. Oh, True Sleuth, thank you, honey. Appreciate you. Justin, does Miss Fox or Melissa have keys to the front and back doors with key locks? That's a great question. And do they have the key code for the electronic lock? It gives more paths to explore and create more questions to get answers to, in my opinion. I don't know about Melissa. I don't know about either one, but I would speculate that Chris's mom would. Mm-hmm. On the Smiley interview, they answered that question. If anybody else had a key, pull. I will, but trust me, I'm going to. You still can cooperate and lie. Absolutely. Absolutely. Is identified him as autistic. Amber Alert. Why?
Why
Listen to
even
this.
tell you? At this point in time, they have no reason to speculate foul play, anything on the parents. Everybody's been extremely cooperative of anything and everything they've asked us.
Okay. And Bobby, why did that happen? Because it's a public post. And these are questions that people are asking. And that I do see Miranda. Miranda has a child that is special needs as well. And we've covered a case on my channel involving her child in the school system here on my platform. So Miranda is a very strong advocate for kids that have special needs and them getting fair and equal treatment. And She says, how is his skills on walking around on heels or without a trail? Because my son would stumble if he had to step over a 1-inch rock or any form of incline.
This person that Dutch is reading, she's saying her son has autism, and she said her son would walk if he would stumble over a 1-inch incline. Even EquiSearch has said there's no way that Sebastian could have went through that all that brush that was in those woods at that time. There's no way that Sebastian could have done that. To be barefooted and cold or cool, not a chance. Not a chance. A kid, especially, really anybody, but a kid especially, is going to take the path of least resistance, whether they're running away. I mean, just because even if Sebastian ran away on his own accord, doesn't mean he's going to go straight into the dark woods, right? Straight into the dark woods. That's the last place he's probably going to go. Remember, he's scared of the dark. He doesn't like to get dirty at all. And he's probably going to want to walk on pavement, especially if he's barefooted. Even the search dogs were having issues. Thank you. Exactly. Exactly. Thank you, Serenity, my dear. Appreciate you. People who are guilty cooperate all the time because they think they are smart. Well, yeah, I mean, people who are later found to be guilty, of course they want to cooperate because it looks relatively suspicious if you don't, you know. Whispering Winds, thank you, my dear, for becoming a new pearl. We have a new pearl born. Congratulations. Thank you, Whispering Winds, for your support. It really means a lot here, and I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much, my friend. I kind of think they didn't tell law enforcement right away that Sebastian was on the spectrum. Do we know when? I think it was pretty much instantaneously. I think, really, in my opinion, they pushed the autism thing to be more extreme than maybe it really was. I think it's more of probably his chromosome deletion, in my opinion. Extremely cooperative parents have committed. Yes, that is for sure.
So, I mean, is he able to walk good? How is he able to navigate on his own? I mean, is he able to walk good? Can you hear me?
It went quiet here.
Can you hear me? Chris, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe Chris lost signal. We'll give him a few minutes to come back. They may have had to. We're not able to hear Wi-Fi service, so if you need to come back, may have had somehow he bypassed it. They're smart, so he couldn't go. He had a speech device that was supposedly blocked from the company, so he couldn't go to any website discovering the man. So,
let me find.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Okay, that's like a Verizon commercial. Can you hear me now? I figured you might have lost signal.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll figure it out. We get it back every once in a while.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. I understand.
He's
Bless
high
you. Bless
functioning. I
you,
mean, he's
DNA.
fully able to hold a conversation, and he walks and he loves to run.
Okay, well that's good. And Rhonda wants to know if he has a special button on his phone.
No,
On his phone?
I don't. Mm-mm.
Okay.
Okay, but what I'm asking is,
All right, now it's Smiler.
how did you know that he went specifically out
Here it
the
is.
front
Listen.
door? What made you think that? What made you think that?
We presume that he left out the front door. We never know 100%, obviously, but we presume based off of process of elimination, going over it with law enforcement, going over the house, where things are, how things are, Sebastian's routine, and the fact that that's the door that he always uses or prefers to use, because I won't say 100% of the time he does come in with me through another door, but that's the door Sebastian prominently uses. That's the one that if he were going to sneak out of the house or leave the house for whatever reason, that's the most reasonable door that he would have left out of. Any of the others would have made no.
I cut that off too quick. She was going to say any of the others would have made noise, or he would have had to have had a key. Boom. Boom. Right there. He would have had to have had a key. Hey, Lisa.
Okay,
Mhm.
so
Not only that, but
Listen to
if
this.
somebody had been by the front door, punched in the code, believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you would have seen a shadow or a figure.
yeah, that's what I would think.
Oh,
Had
let's
clear
hear
by the
that
window.
Others
again.
would have made.
Had
Hold
Okay,
on.
so
not
Listen
only
to
that,
this.
but if somebody had been by the front door, punched in the code, believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you would have seen a shadow or a figure.
yeah, that's what I would think.
Like Little Richard said, a wop badaloo bop, a wop bam boom. There you go. There you go. There you go, people. If somebody would have went to the front door, they would have been seen. Okay? They'd have been seen. If you're going up to the door, right? You're going to be seen. If you're coming out of the door any direction, you're going to be seen. Tutti frutti. I love Little Richard. May he rest in peace. There you go. Said that on Web Sleuths too. Hell, he may come back. Mother chickens.
Based on,
Listen to this.
something
Listen.
would have been visible because one of the lights is still visible from that ring camera from across the street.
Oh, well, Chris knows where all the cameras are. Is that why, I don't know, a vehicle didn't come all the way down to the house? Is that why you see odd behavior, people coming from their area, the common area, from walking up to a vehicle, doing something around a vehicle, and then about 3.5 hours later, we're going to get a call, a non-911 call that says, "Oh, Sebastian is missing." Yes, Cindy, if you I've got a list of every interview that Katie, Chris, Seth has ever done on any channel. Just email me and I have a PDF file. I can send it to you. Sonia, thank you so very much. Justin, she said we will never know like she knows.
Yeah.
Yes,
That has
thank you for
been,
that, my dear.
like I said, every video, and I've said this through Facebook, everything in the neighborhood,
Listen,
you can walk anywhere from 2 to 4 miles in an hour.
listen to this.
One of the lights is still visible from that ring camera from across the street.
One of the lights are still visible from that cam across the street.
Yeah.
That has been, like I said, every video, and I've said this through Facebook, everything in the neighborhood, you can walk anywhere from 2 to 4 miles an hour.
Okay. I know this can be a little confusing. So, that's one clip. We're moving to another clip now. The picture doesn't change. It's just I've got different clips that I've thought was interesting. So it's starting on a new clip right now. Chris in this interview is talking about Sebastian could have walked 2 to 4 miles per hour from midnight onward. I could only hope and pray that Sebastian was walking after midnight.
An hour. Okay. From midnight to 6 a.m. Sebastian could have had anywhere from a couple feet outside.
New Jersey Robin. I will never say that anyone has committed a crime. You'll never hear me say anyone is guilty. What I will say is law enforcement says and does what they want to do for what they believe is best for their investigation. Now, well, you're absolutely welcome to think that Sebastian ran away with tensions over his parent, but I'm also welcome to think that there's a car at 3 a.m. coming from nowhere, out of nowhere, and there is individuals who come up to the car, are around doing something around the car, and then one runs back toward their home. Sebastian wasn't running back toward that home. If he was, he would have been there. You You can believe, I'm not going to fault you for believing Sebastian ran away. I'm not going to fault you for anything. But an opinion is just that. It's an opinion. Especially barefooted, cold, cool, in the dark. And tell me what door he went out of. If he ran off, he's going to have a scent. I mean, come on. If he ran off, he's going to have a scent. There is no scent. Justin, where is this video? Law enforcement has not shown anything new. I just follow law enforcement. You have absolutely I can sure I'll show you the video right now. You can see the car lights. And guess what? Law enforcement didn't want it out. Actually, you can rewind. It's rewind and it shows you maybe 30 minutes in this live. Little girl in Jefferson County, Tennessee, found drowned in lake, had sent from house to lake. I mean, anybody who walks has a scent. You know what I mean? You can't help it. It's something that you leave. You know what I mean? Carmelita, thank you so much, my dear. Really do appreciate it. Thank you. Love you long time. Maybe she put him in the garage and turned the car on for. I mean, it's possible, but yeah. Yeah. If you follow law enforcement, Craddock asked where he got that. I can tell you this, that the neighbors, I haven't spoken to every neighbor, but I'm just saying from what the neighbors that I have spoken to and continue to speak to, trust me, they wish that this never happened, obviously, and they wish that they didn't believe what they actually believe. Yeah. You hear a thump. You hear a thump. You hear a thud. A thud is alarming, right? A thud is alarming, and you don't check. A mother. You would be wrong, Robin, with that. It is not a garbage truck. He never said it was a garbage truck, and I actually know it is individuals that are out there, and one runs back toward the house, the area in the common area. Where is all Sebastian's coats, sweaters, and sweatshirt? Has they been accounted for if he walked out the door? Thank you so much, niece. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Inside the house to potential.
I won't say anyone is guilty or anything. Uh, there have been creators that will say that, and I'm not going to be one of them. Oh yeah, the trash truck. The trash truck came at least 2 hours difference. That's not a belief. That's not an opinion. That is a fact. The trash truck came 2 hours difference.
Up to maybe 24 miles away. If you do the math on an average, we'll play it conservative. Let's say 2 miles in an hour. Okay. So from the house to 12 miles out.
Yes.
We don't know.
Now listen to this.
But there's nothing to show. I mean, nothing. There's no evidence, no nothing.
Yeah. Do you have an idea of, I mean, we're being told from midnight to.
Now, I disagree with ICU on this. With, she says that they can, some of the death can be picked up immediately. I personally don't think that. I think it takes a few hours normally. There are some websites that says it can be immediately. It probably depends on the dog, the handler, but decomposition, the cellular breakdown. Some people says immediately. I personally think
6 a.m., right? Because Katie went to bed at midnight.
But I know it's a sore
But
spot
is
for a
it
lot of people
possible
'cause
that
it's a very
he could have
tender
left,
subject. So
say, 5 a.m., 5:30 a.m.? And if that is a possibility and he did run away, do you have any idea as to the type of person he would try to find? Meaning, like, so in theory, if he ran away, say he got 6 miles away, 5 miles away, and he was tired and he was, he wanted to call somebody. Maybe he thinks his mom's mad at him. Maybe he thinks Seth's going to be mad at him. Who would be the other person, in your opinion, he would get in contact with?
Sebastian's smart enough. He knows if he needs help to go to find an adult. I mean, he knows, look for law enforcement, look for, he's taught the basics,
Right.
When he's at school, something happens. What do? You find a teacher, out in town, you get lost. What do? You find the nearest adult and tell them you're lost, and I'm sure.
I just asked Chat GPT. It knows everything. How long can a death scent be picked up by a cadaver dog? Cadaver dogs, specially trained to detect the scent of decomposition, can pick up the scent of death for varying lengths of times, depending on several factors, including the environment and the dog's training. Typically, cadaver dogs can detect the scent of a deceased person from as little as a few hours after death to can pick up as later as weeks and even months later. Now, there was a dog that picked up one. It was a really good dog. It was like 1,000-year-old mummy or something like that. I mean, they can pick them up in cement, right? Oh, here it says, never mind. If I read the rest, it'll say, in some cases, trained cadaver dogs have been known to detect remains that are years old. Environmental conditions, temperature, humidity, weather conditions play a significant role. Warm, humid conditions can accelerate decomposition and the release of scent, whereas cold and dry conditions may slow it down. Training and experience of the dog. More experienced and well-trained dogs may have a better ability to detect odor scents compared to less experienced dogs. State of the remains, whether they're buried, submerged, or exposed, can affect the scent persistent and detectability. Location, urban versus rural settings, as well as whether the area is contaminated with other strong odors, can impact the ability of the scent dogs to detect the scent.
Seth has done the same thing to help teach him certain things. I mean, there's nothing to say that Sebastian wouldn't seek out people, because I truly deep down feel that he would. He would seek help no matter what.
That's a
Chris,
little.
if someone found Sebastian, if they found Sebastian and say they found him walking or they found him somewhere, what would you, I mean, beside from calling, of course, we would call 911 or we would call TBI Find or the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Would you suggest that we bring him in, give him shelter, give him water, give him food? What would you suggest?
I'm sorry, that's a dumb question. Let me fast forward this. Oh, hold on one second.
To ask Angela.
One
That's
second.
the door, Sebastian.
Bear with me, guys. I want to.
When you work away.
Oh, crap.
Angela said, I would like.
Okay.
He'd been gone since the beginning of February.
You talk to them and
Here it is.
He'd been gone since the beginning of February was the last time he was actually home. Christopher was actually home. And yes, he did see Sebastian when he come home.
Okay.
It's, it's just part of it when you work away, you see each other.
let you talk to them and let them tell you what to do. I am not in that position to do that. I mean,
he'd been gone since the beginning of February was the last time he was actually home. Christopher was actually home. And yes, he did see Sebastian when he come home.
Gone since the beginning of February. Gone since the beginning of February. But he can't tell us if he was home anytime in February. Now make that make sense. He says, they say, we weren't home. Or sorry, Chris wasn't home since the beginning of February. And other times people ask, Chris, were you home anytime, since early February? That's part of the investigation. We can't answer that. Justin, when Chris mentioned the belt incident, he said that they were sitting down to dinner when CPS came to the house. That is a weekday. So Chris was not working at St. Jude's yet. Very good point. Very good point. Very good point.
Okay.
It's, it's just part of it when you work
very
away,
late.
you see each other when you can, but he doesn't, it's a lot
Hold on.
to travel back and forth.
It's so hard to travel back and forth all the time. They act like it's from here to Timbuktu. He's saying you did not come home at any weekend since February. Queen Olive, to the office, please. Queen Olive, to the office for a late slip. We need a late slip for Miss Queen Olive. Miss Queen Olive is late, but he thinks he is the one that needs to call 911.
all the time. Like, that's not a trip that you can make, to and from every day by any means.
Oh, I get that. That's not something you want to do.
No, it's not a trip to make every day. I mean, nobody's going to travel 7 hours a day unless you're a truck driver, right? But the weekends, I mean, did he just sit in a camper on the weekends since
Every day that would take up
early February?
your whole time. But
No.
did he never come home on the weekends, like when you had Sebastian or anything like that?
Well, yeah, that's why he saw him in the beginning of February, but it wasn't every weekend.
Okay.
Because he does, yeah.
Hold on.
Never come home on the weekends, like when you had Sebastian or anything like that?
Well, yeah, that's why he saw him in the beginning of February, but
Beginning of February. That's
it wasn't every weekend.
Okay.
Because
freaking
he works on weekends too a lot, so he can't just come home every weekend. But when he can, he does. He comes home and sees him. 'Cause
Yeah.
they have a pretty good relationship.
Did he talk on the phone with Sebastian while he was at work?
He does. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
He wants to see if you can drop the link again. I think.
Oh, okay. Yes, absolutely. Here we go.
I
Paste.
know they talk regularly.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. All right, there we go.
A lot of people have their opinions, but Sebastian's got a good bond with both dads.
Yeah. I think I'm trying to make sure I drop it again because I want to make sure he sees.
Thank you, my love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If your son is missing, you don't move out of the house he went missing from. I'll stay side-eyeing for that alone. Yes. 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 I agree, my dear. Thank you so much, Miss Lady in Boston. I mean, you clearly wasn't expecting him to come home, were you? I mean, if you know what I mean? She didn't say he was working that weekend. She said some weekends. She didn't say he was working that weekend. She said some weekends. Did she say some weekends? Seth is his dad. Chris is, oh, wow. Chris said, we work like any other normal working family, Monday through Friday, and on the weekends we try to get stuff done. He works some weekends. Okay, let me replay that.
Yes, absolutely. Here we go.
I know they talk regularly.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. All right, there we go.
A lot of people have their opinions, but Sebastian's got a good bond with both dads.
Yeah, then you want to do every day that would take up your
Is just call 911 immediately. I am not.
February was the last time he was actually home. Christopher was actually home, and yes, he did see Sebastian when he come home.
Okay.
It's it's just part of it when you work away. You see each other when you can, but he doesn't. It's a lot to travel back and forth all the time. Like, that's not a trip that you can make, to and from every day by any means.
Oh, I get that. That's not something you want to do every day. That would take up your whole time. But did he never come home on the weekends, like when you had Sebastian or anything like that?
Well, yeah, that's why he saw him in the beginning of February, but it wasn't every weekend.
Okay.
Because he works on weekends too a lot, so he can't just come home every weekend. But when he can, he does. He comes home and sees him.
Yeah.
They have a pretty good relationship.
Did he talk on the phone with Sebastian while he was at work?
He does. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
He wants to see if you can drop the link again. I think.
Oh, okay. Yes, absolutely. Here we go. Okay.
I know they talk regularly.
Okay. Yeah, there we go.
We see you, dear.
All right, there we go.
A lot of people have their opinions, but Sebastian's got a good bond with both dads.
Yeah.
Now, why would okay. Think about this. I might have told you guys, or I might have said it to ICU. I can't remember. Why would Chris or Katie, I guess, why would Chris call Katie or Katie call Chris at 10 o'clock at night and speak till almost midnight? Whenever he's got to be at work at very early the next morning. If he was there at 5:15, like they said, then that gives him, if he goes to sleep at 1 o'clock, he had to have to be up at 4:30 to get changed and be at work. 15-minute drive, 30 minutes to get up, get changed, get your eyes straight, get coffee or a shower. So there's that. He would have had 3.5 hours of sleep. Why wouldn't you just call her? You had all weekend. You had all weekend to talk to her. You had all day to talk to her. Why did you talk for 2 hours? Because no one sleeps at that residence, in my opinion. I don't think they slept that night.
I think I'm trying to make sure I drop it to Kim because I want to make sure he sees it. I'm not fancy like everybody else, so I just need to make sure, get it down there. That's what I was doing, was watching to see if he was coming. Oh, there he is. Look. Watching over here. Okay, I'm watching over there. Okay, so where do you want to start at, Chris? I was just asking little simple questions, or whatever about your work and stuff. Like, did you talk to Sebastian and stuff like that? But basically, I know it's a 3.5 hour drive. You was at work. Is there a reason that okay, so are you working now, or are you just taking off, or anything like that? Like,
This to me?
yes, sir.
Okay. So are you asking me that, or is one of your
No, I'm asking you that. I just wondered.
Okay.
Like, if you, I was just wondering, like, if you, like, are you, in fact, I'll turn my chat off for just a minute so I don't get
No, don't turn your chat off. Leave it on. It's fine.
Okay.
That way you can get all these questions coming in, because like I said, I told you, I gave you my word. I come on your show, I would answer questions. People ask the questions, but keep in mind, like I told y'all from the very beginning, I'm brash, I'm direct, but I'm respectful, and I ask for the same in everybody else.
I told them a while ago, just please be respectful, because I wasn't expecting this. Like, please be respectful, y'all, because.
So one thing right now, I'm gonna tell you right now, really irks me with some of these folks that want to follow these YouTube, and I'm very honest about this. Somebody says I won't talk to men.
You won't?
I don't want to talk. Right. It's not that I don't want to talk to men. I have talked to more law enforcement men agencies in the past 24 days.
Talk to
I've
real
probably
men,
ever talked in my entire life. Same thing goes for women. So no, I don't have a problem talking to a man or talking to a woman.
Do.
I appreciate everybody's assumptions or concerns, innuendo, just whatever they want to be. But at the same time, I vet who I talk to. I'm not just going to open up and talk to anybody. And I will put this out there. JLR, everybody wants me to talk to this guy. Explain to me, Smiley, you probably have a better understanding of this. Explain to me why I should talk to JLR.
I just really wish you
get into specifics, because it could
be
anything.
I just really wish you would.
Your questions. The only thing is, because of an ongoing investigation, there are certain things that we are not and have been told by law enforcement.
So basically, he's saying he can't answer the hard questions. Yes. He promised he would give me an interview the next day. Chris is not a man of his word. He will not speak to real men at all. I even powdered my nose for you, Chris. Still wouldn't speak to me. Shame on you.
Do not get into specifics because it could jeopardize the investigation. People don't like that, and I am sorry. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not going to speak for my wife. I'm not going to speak for Sebastian's father, Seth, his mother, his sister, or anybody for that matter. But I do welcome the hard questions. I do.
Liarfoot.
Well,
and I'm okay with it. And for the record, I don't have a problem talking with JLR or anybody else. Now, if you're one of these shows that are for profit, you want to talk, you go out and publicly announce it publicly that any money that you make on the show, as long as me and my wife are involved.
Okay, well then, please, if you think the news doesn't make money, then you're crazy.
That money gets directly posted to signs, flyers.
He's such an idiot, in my opinion. Hold on.
It ain't happening.
Yeah, I just went out today. I mean, I take money off my own stuff. I just went out today.
This wasn't what I wanted to play.
Nobody is going to dictate my money because
Tell him, Smiley.
all the time, but he's older now and he's 15, and y'all can figure out why a mother may not want to necessarily pop into a teenage boy's room unexpectedly.
Could she be a little more classy about that? You may realize why I don't want to. I mean, hello. He could. Shit, a 15-year-old could say that about you. Chris and Katie may not want to pop in mom and dad's room. You can imagine. How about you say, "Hi, anybody there? Are you decent? Can I come in?" Knock, knock, knock on the door. It's time for makeup. It really was a gross comment. It really was. She'd think about stuff like that.
yeah. Let's see.
Give me a second. Okay. Too loud and clear? Sorry. I get it. I really do. I get it. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Listen to this. Hold on. We got to rewind.
And y'all can figure out.
Hold on.
I'm not honestly sure.
We got to rewind.
Get it in the mail. Money off my own stuff. I just went out today and got a bunch of flyers, and I suggested with
Hold on.
because Seth wanted. I heard him on another show, but anyway, I suggested same thing I did with Summer Wells. Every time you mail something out, get it in the mail, send it out with bills, send it to whoever you write to, do whatever. I'm very passionate about that. I'm very passionate about boots on the ground, going out, handing out the flyers. I don't care if they get thrown in the trash, whatever. 5 minutes later, they see the picture, they see the photo. As long as they see and say, and take a glance at it, there is a chance for me that to read or something, say something, whatever. And, but nobody is going to dictate my money, because let me tell you something. I've been in this for, 3 years now, banging my head against the wall, being called everything, drug here, drug there, with this stupidity stuff, doing Summer Wells, and not ask for a penny. And I figured, well, if you can't beat them, join them.
I'm not honestly sure. It sounded like he was messing with stuff in his room, which was not uncommon, which is why I said, hey, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you're supposed to go to sleep.
Okay. So you didn't check on him at that time, but
Hold on, it might have been before that. 1 second.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. And for the record,
Here it is.
go out everywhere and he.
Here it is.
Your questions. The only thing is because of an ongoing investigation, there are certain things that we are not and have been told by law
Hold on.
enforcement, do not get into specifics because it could jeopardize the investigation. People don't like that, and I am sorry. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not going to speak for my wife. I'm not going to speak for Sebastian's father, Seth, his mother, his sister, or anybody for that matter. But you know, I do welcome the hard questions. I do.
Well,
and I'm okay with it. And for the record, I don't have a problem talking with JLR or anybody else. Now, if you're one of these shows that are for profit, you want to talk, you go out and publicly announce it publicly that any money that you make on the show, as long as me and my wife are involved, that money gets directly posted to signs, flyers, or
Hold on.
personal gain. It ain't happening.
Yeah, I just went out today. I mean, I take money off my own stuff. I just went out today and got a bunch of flyers, and I suggested with, because Seth wanted, I heard him on another show. But anyway, I suggested same
Hold
thing I
on, I
did with
heard
Summer
something.
Wells. Every time
I'm
you
looking
mail
for it.
something
Just give
out,
it.
get it in the mail, send it out with bills, send it to whoever you write to, do whatever. I'm very passionate about that. I'm very passionate about boots on the ground, going out, handing out the flyers. I don't care if they get thrown in the trash, whatever. 5 minutes later, they see the picture, they see the photo. As long as they see and say, and take a glance at it, there is a chance for me. They to read or something, say something, whatever. And, you know, but nobody is going to dictate my money, because let me tell you something. I've been in this for 3 years
Was it
now,
before or after
banging my
this?
head against the wall, being called everything, drug here, drug there, with this stupidity stuff, doing Summer Wells, and not ask for a penny. And I figured, well, if you can't beat them, join them.
I'm not honestly sure. It sounded like he was messing with stuff in his room, which was not uncommon, which is why I said, hey, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you're supposed to go to sleep.
Okay. So you didn't check on him at that bed.
And y'all can figure out why a mother may not want to necessarily pop into a teenage boy.
See,
Give me a second. Okay.
I heard something. I can't find it. I know I heard something. Hold on. Maybe I'm not going back far
Your
enough.
questions. The only thing is because of an ongoing investigation, there are certain things.
It's got to be before that.
it's a 3.5 hour drive. You was at work. Is there a reason that, okay, so.
You can get all these questions coming in because, like I said, but keep in mind, like I told y'all from the very beginning, I'm brash, I'm direct.
I told them a while ago, just please be respectful.
Right now, I'm gonna tell you right now, it really irks me with some of these folks that want to follow these YouTube, and I'm very honest about this. Somebody says I won't talk to men. I don't want to talk. Right. It's not that I don't want to talk to men. I have talked to more law enforcement men agencies in the past 24 days than I've probably ever talked to in my entire life. Same thing goes for women. So no, I don't have a problem talking to a man or talking to a woman. I appreciate everybody's assumptions or concerns, innuendos, whatever they want to be. But at the same time, I vet who I talk to. I'm not just going to open up and talk to anybody. And I will put this out there. JLR, everybody wants me to talk to this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Explain to me, Smiley, you probably have a better understanding of this. Explain to me why I should talk to JLR.
I just really wish you would, because he does go out everywhere, and
your questions. The only thing is because of an ongoing investigation, there are certain things that we are not and have been told by law enforcement, do not get into specifics because it could jeopardize the investigation. People don't like that, and I am sorry. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not going to speak for my wife. I'm not going to speak.
I'll just.
But nobody is going to dictate.
Maybe it's one. I don't know.
Did you
We'll just go ahead
did you
and
check
move
on him at midnight? Did you flip the light on and look to see if he was in the bed at midnight when you got up to go to bed?
No, and because I didn't have any reason to. You know, when he was little, I used to check on him all the time, but he's older now and he's 15, and y'all can figure out why a mother may not want to necessarily pop into a teenage boy's room unexpectedly.
I mean, it's midnight, for God's sakes. 1 second. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
Okay. Someone just told me where it was. 1 second. I'm not after
A chance for me that to remember something, say something, whatever. And you know, so I suggested with
this thing is, it's after
certain things that we are not and have been told by law enforcement do not. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not going to speak for my wife. I'm not going to speak for Sebastian's father, Seth, his mother, his sister, or anybody for that matter. But you know, I do welcome the hard questions. I do.
Well,
and I'm okay with it. And for the record, I don't have a problem talking with JLR or anybody else. Now, if you're one of these shows that are for profit, you want to talk, you go out and publicly announce it publicly that any money that you make on the show, as long as me and my wife are involved, that money gets directly posted to signs, flyers, or
it's nothing.
I did with Summer Wells. Every time today and got a bunch of flyers.
Help find our son, I'll do it.
Stuff. I just yeah.
To help find our son, I'll do it.
Hold on.
Billboards to help find our son, I'll do it. But if it's for personal gain, it ain't happening.
Yeah, I just went out today. I mean, I take money off my own stuff. I just went out today and got a bunch of.
So here, Chris says, if you're, buying flyers or billboards or anything like that, he says he doesn't mind. He doesn't mind. Right? But isn't that, I mean, I'm not trying to take up for Betty necessarily, but that's what Betty was doing that day. He said he didn't mind that. I think she should probably clip that.
Flyers.
Help happening.
Yeah, I just
to help find our son, I'll do it. But if it's for personal gain, it ain't happening. Billboards to help find our son, I'll do it. But if it's for personal gain, it ain't happening.
Yeah, I just went out today. I mean, I take money off my.
If you watch the rest of the
Check on
interview
him
there,
at that time, but did you check on him at midnight?
she'll Chris says he doesn't mind.
Give me a second.
Really? This is the call for Josh.
And got it and released it.
Oh, she said Katie's mom's name.
She didn't say the name. She just insinuated she had the information.
I mean, we do have the information, but
Yeah, and let me tell you what the fuck it started.
Listen to Chris.
Now that all that information is out in the fucking open, and somebody better fucking explain to me very goddamn quickly. Preferably her.
I had
Fuck that had any goddamn thing.
I have no idea.
Do you hear him? Do you hear him? Listen to her. He's talking like this. Oh my God.
Yeah, you know what the fucking open information.
I mean, we do have the information, but
Yeah, and let me tell you what the fuck it started. Now that all that information is out in the fucking open, and somebody better fucking explain to me very goddamn quickly. Preferably her.
I have,
How
yeah.
the fuck that had any goddamn thing to
I
fucking do
have
with this
no
case?
idea.
Yeah, because I'm gonna
Because
tell
I
you
don't know
something.
what was
That
said.
bitch better find a way to stop it.
Oh.
Give me sugar, water. More, more, more. More, more.
Hey, your skin is hanging off your bones.
Oh, yeah.
This is when Chris took Katie to Mississippi with the camper.
You're coming with me.
What?
It's a long trip. I'll need a snack.
Sugar water. Sugar water.
This is
Where's it
absolutely
at?
fucking nothing. It's everywhere. All over the fucking internet that people have released on these stupid ass shows and all these fucking Facebook things.
Okay.
It was never out there until that bitch opened her fucking mouth.
Okay. Well, I haven't been looking at it today or
Clutch your
really
pearls,
yesterday.
ladies.
So I
This
don't
is
know what's
not a
out there.
gentleman.
I am being very polite as I can possibly be to her.
Mm-hmm.
If she don't find a fucking way to fix it,
I'm being polite as I fucking can be to her. Being as polite as a mother chicken mother. No. Honey, snap the pearls. He's brash, but he's polite. Yes, Lolo, this is him being polite. Lord have mercy.
I promise her I am not going to be so goddamn pleasant when I see her.
Okay.
And I will bring
So
the fucking
pleasant.
cops with me.
All right. Well, I'll talk
And
to
I don't
her.
care
I
how
mean,
she
are
fucking
you?
takes that. I don't care how she takes it. I really don't give a goddamn what I have to fucking do. But I can promise you, there's a difference in helping find Sebastian and just being a stupid fucking cunt.
Okay. Well, let me ask you something just for a second. Like, are you sure it was her and not like one of these sleuthers or something? Because
No,
other
it's
people.
her on.
And that's the thing. That's the thing. I spoke with someone that has seen Chris probably at his worst. And she said he looks like satin, in her opinion, whenever he gets like that. Satin. Scary AF. I mean, I can understand why Bobby was terrified that night. Because once this person that I spoke to saw him, and then Bobby said she saw what she saw. Terrified. He's neither. Not at all.
On the fucking show. It
Okay.
is her.
Okay, because there's other
I think
people
it was
that are
on Web
digging.
Slut.
He called Web Sleuth that. Let me tell you something. Web Sleuths, her name is Trish. She is as professional as it gets on YouTube. Oh, I agree. I agree. And he says he was mad about the Katie thing when she was younger. He didn't seem so mad then. Chris actually said, "Oh, when she was younger," and that had already been out there. In my opinion, he was mad about something else, and he just didn't want to say what he was mad about because he didn't want people to make it a bigger deal. Trish and all of those ladies up there were respectful to him when he was a grouch on that panel. He was the only grouch on that panel, actually. The only grouch on that panel. They all said, "I'm trying here, Chris." What he would say, you just don't, I forget, he used a term for it. I can't remember what it was. He's like, "Let's just get to the freaking points," and stuff like that. Cheryl, thank you so much, my dear. Katie stated that Sebastian was wearing black sweatpants when he left, and Chris corrected her and said they were black pants with a white stripe on the side. How would he know what he was wearing? Very good, Cheryl. That's a great question. That's a great question. How did he know they were Adidas type pants? How would he know? How would he know? That just made my heart sink, to be honest. Wow. I couldn't imagine being a kid living with CF. Me either. Yeah. Mom said, who was allegedly the last one to see him. We're going to get into something pretty, as soon as I'm done with this, some timelines. But mom says he was wearing black sweatpants. He's like, "No, they're the Adidas style pants with the white stripes down the side." Like they were big in the 70s or 80s or something like that. How would he know? You didn't see him, buffoon. Trishy's late. Trishy's late. Oh my. Trishy, to the office, please. You're being paged. Trishy, to the office, please. You're being paged. We need a late slip for Miss Trishy. Our sweet little Trishy. Thomas says, crystal clear. I was working in Memphis. I don't think so, in my opinion. Yeah. How would he know? Lots of details from someone not home. A key. Not to mention, whenever Katie's like, yeah, I went out with my sister-in-law. And she looks at Chris, and Chris is like, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Or sleuth, whatever the fuck that woman's name is.
Web sleuths.
Yeah, whatever.
I mean,
It was on that fucking show.
but I don't see. I can't see Chloe just giving out that information though.
You're missing my.
Hold on. Haunted Housewife. We interrupt this program because it is Haunted Housewives' birthday. Happy birthday. The world is your oyster. It's up to you to find the pearl. From all of us, and of course, Marilyn, and all of us at Clutch Them Pearls. Now, I will do my rendition of. Okay, Marlena, I got you. Happy birthday, Mr. President, to our beloved member and friend, Haunted Housewife. Sorry, if I'll laugh. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Haunted Housewife. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, haunted housewife. Enjoy your day, my dear. Enjoy it, my dear. Now back to our regularly scheduled program of Chris cursing out the world.
I didn't say she gave the information out. I said she made a statement that she had it and wouldn't fucking release.
Word to the mother. What happened?
Web sleuths giving out that information though.
You're missing my statement. I didn't say she gave the information out.
Word to the mother.
I said she made a statement that she had it and wouldn't fucking release it. That right there was a trigger to start this fucking shitstorm. When she shouldn't have opened her fucking mouth in the beginning.
Okay.
I don't know what kind of fucking PI or whatever the fuck she thinks she is or how she does this. But if she needs a fucking education and then schooling on being a PI, I guarantee you I'll find somebody who is truly a PI and let them school the fuck out of this woman.
All right. Well, let me try to figure it out because
So
I don't. I
angry.
mean, I know neither her or I have given out any of Katie's information.
It's not giving it out.
Yeah.
All you have to do is start one sentence. I have the information. I'm not going to release it.
Yeah.
She started a shitstorm.
Actually-
She better figure out how to fucking fix it.
You know, something else I'll tell you, there was a woman
Yes, we
that
need
reached
that.
out to me that before I had ever even, you know, before I ever knew anything about Katie's family or past or whatever, there was like this random woman, like sleuther, that reached out to me with like some of Katie's family's names and whatever. Like, I will say that she was wrong about, she was talking about Penny Payne and she thought
angry.
there's a Penny Payne that runs like some sort of,
Penny Irene.
The only Penny Payne, the only Penny Payne is definitely that's the only Penny Payne. That is, he is a Penny Payne Patty pumpkin.
Pain or some shit.
Yeah, I don't know.
Some medical place or something.
Yeah, it was the wrong Penny Payne, but she had the right names.
She has the right names. Just like
Just the wrong people.
Katie Lynn Payne,
Yeah.
who supposedly murdered a 4-year-old.
Right, exactly. And that's, I mean, that's the problem with a lot of the sleuthers is that they get a name and then they find somebody with that name and they run with it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That happens a lot.
The worst part, and that's fine.
Right.
That's understandable. Personally, I think everybody fucking starts looking for shit.
Yeah.
Ain't even worth the fucking bacteria of the foam that forms on the fucking worst form of bacteria on Earth. That's what I truly feel.
Yeah, I feel you. I hear you. I can feel it through the phone.
Oh, trust me. Chloe's lucky I'm not standing in fucking front of her. Like I said, I will bring the fucking cops when I see her.
You know, this makes me absolutely believe Nina 1,000 times even more than I already did. It absolutely.
Okay. Well,
And it was more my protection than hers. Because right now, you can inform her. She fucking calls me, says my fucking name, anything of that fucking nature involving Katie or me or anybody else, I'm going to slap the shit out of her with the same fucking thing I told you. I'll cease and desist letter and then let her open her fucking mouth one more time. And then I've got her dead to fucking rights.
I think that's
I'm
the
trying
only
to be as civil as possible.
You sound so civil. So civil. Most civil I've ever. Civil Shepherd couldn't be any more civil. Lady T, thank you so much. Truth said LE was after Bobby because of her JLR interview. Did that ever happen? Did Bobby get hushed? No, Bobby didn't get hushed. Never. No. I don't know who Truth is, but I think I know who you're talking about now. Yeah. No. She got a lot of people attacked her, but let me tell you something. People in that neighborhood are good people. They're really good people. They're just sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Isn't that the only interview she's even done? I don't think she's.
I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I don't
don't
think
care.
she's
She's
done
not my
anything.
PI. She's not.
Yeah.
Bitch don't fucking mean a goddamn thing to me.
Right.
If she was on fire, I wouldn't piss on her to put her out.
Mm. Well, I mean, it's not like Kate, or I said Katie. It's not like Chloe because she's very private. Like I'm more public than she is. I mean, you know that.
I promise you, go back and watch that fucking video.
Yeah.
Go watch that fucking interview.
Okay. I mean, I was watching it. I know what she said, but she's usually very, very careful about what she says to the public.
She ain't fucking careful.
Yeah.
She's fucking sloppy.
All right. Well, let me
Sloppy.
talk to her. I don't even know. Actually, I do know.
I ain't trying to be a dick to her, but if she ain't got the fucking audacity to give me a working fucking phone number, she better not fucking reach out to me. And that Google shit ain't a fucking true number.
You couldn't even remember 911.
Yeah, that's the same number that Seth has, though. I will tell you.
Yeah, I'm not Seth.
Yeah.
I have the balls and the fucking spine to call people out on shit.
Yeah.
I'm not a fucking
Just
coward.
don't take it personal because she doesn't give her personal phone number out to anybody. I mean, like only, like I had it from like a previous case that we worked together, but she's very private about her personal information.
Mm.
So
okay.
I don't know. Anyway.
Okay.
I don't know what to say. I feel bad. Like I know Chloe and I know that she's not, that's not her style.
Edgar.
But I mean, I get it.
Maybe her head's so fucking twisted because she's too emotionally involved or personal involvement with Seth. I don't fucking know. And I'm not saying a relationship.
Yeah, no.
Didn't say that.
No.
But whatever the fuck it is, she better
What
goddamn
did it
fucking
say?
say that.
No.
Involvement with Seth. I don't, because she's too emotionally involved or personal involvement with Seth. I don't fucking know. And I'm not saying a relationship.
Yeah, no.
Didn't say that.
No.
But whatever the fuck it is, she better goddamn fucking figure it out and redial herself the fuck back in.
Yeah. I mean, I know, like, and I think I told you this before, like, she's more focused on the search side of things, that's been
And
her
why the
focus.
fuck is this bitch on fucking on these goddamn interviews?
Yeah, it's just the one that I know of, but I mean, I'm not trying to, like, I don't know. I mean, I have to try to defend her a little bit because, I mean, I know that she's not a person that, like, shares personal information or private information.
She didn't have to. She insinuated she had the information. She wasn't going to release it. She started a fucking fire shitstorm.
What was the purpose of making that statement, knowing full damn good and well that the
Trust me.
Yes, Katie.
Seth can have his fucking PIs. I don't need PIs.
See, and actually,
I get
as
the whole
we're
goddamn world
speaking,
that sends me all this shit for no fucking reason.
as we're
Me either,
speaking,
Lolo.
I just got a message from a web sleuther that I don't even know. I don't even know their name. They go under a pseudonym, and they're sending me a picture of Katie's mom, and I don't know how they found that out. Like, I didn't tell. They're telling me, like, I don't know. So,
Sammy, thank you so much, my beautiful friend. Appreciate you very much. My dear, is this the interview where CP says if Bobby tells SR anything like he told me and SR opens his mouth, he'll never open? What a Yes, I believe it is. I'm pretty sure it is. Isn't it? Isn't it? I can do that, Miss Criminal. I'm pretty sure this is the one. Yet here, Heather is being paid by Seth and is constantly on the phone with Chris. Yep, this is the one.
like these web sleuthers, like, I mean, they are like batshit 99.9% of the time, but they're pretty good at finding shit. And some of these people are just doing it on their own.
Yes, I know. That's one thing.
Yeah.
She opened her mouth, made the statement.
Mhm.
She's the catalyst to the
You're
fucking
You hear
storm
Katie in the
that is now
background?
brewing.
Yeah.
Katie's in the background, like, you
It doesn't take
motherfucking
much.
whatever.
I can go out there, open my mouth, say one fucking word, and I can almost break the fucking internet.
Oh, there's the ego.
Look what I did the other night when I got on that
There's
show.
the ego.
When you said I wanted on the show,
Yeah.
that shit fucking almost broke the fucking internet.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, he
It
loves
did.
that.
And that's mainly because up until that show, like you and Katie
God.
both were pretty reserved
Save
about
it,
any,
Edgar,
you know,
save
anything
it.
that you were saying. And that was like the one time that you just kind of went berserk.
No, that's the one time I went out there and stated the fucking facts.
Yeah.
I didn't go berserk.
Well,
Now they've dug in.
No, I'm fucking pissed.
I
There's a
know.
difference in berserk, stupid, psychotic, and every other adjective you want to add into it.
Yeah.
I'm neither of those.
No, but I'm
I'm
just
just a
saying you
very
said a whole
pissed
lot
off-
more than you normally say.
Around.
Yeah,
So
I did, and I had every fucking right to say what I said. Nothing I said was
Yeah.
fucking false. Nothing.
I didn't say it was. I don't think anything you said was false.
I don't know. Yet.
But well, let me make a phone. Actually, I know I'm not going to be able to get a hold of her right now. I'm not going to be able to get a hold of her till this evening.
And by the way, I sent a message to Seth. Once again, he wants to talk about not responding or whatever. I got in touch with Tony. We talked to Tony. That
Yeah.
probably ain't happening. Got in touch with the dog handler. Guess what? That ain't happening either. And that ain't even on my decision.
Yeah.
They're really
Because Seth doesn't know how to open his fat fucking mouth and give everybody the truth. Or what he does know, he didn't want to tell nobody, thinking that everybody's going to be sure sympathetic to his bullshit. When I told her exactly how many dogs, where they all went, what they've all done, she's like, there's nothing I can really do or offer at this point other than to assist in a search if needed.
Yeah.
Once we did and starts talking.
Oh, so you did
So-
actually talk to her?
Little refresh.
Oh, yeah. Talked to her for over an hour and I think a half
Oh, okay. That's good.
last night.
That's good.
So once again, your client
Mm-hmm.
is the
I
nicest
haven't
way to
even
refer
talked
to
to
this
him.
fuck.
I haven't even talked to Seth since last night. He told me to take a break a couple days ago. He told me to take a break. So
Yeah, how convenient.
yeah, so I don't know. I gathered now, this is just me assuming, so we know that how that goes. I may be way off, but I feel like it had something to do with his conversation with Bobby Simmons because Bobby has started communicating with him again instead of going through me.
Yeah, Katie's either talking on the phone in the background or she's just yapping in the background. One or the other.
Me. So that line of communication's opened back up and I don't know.
We'll see for how long.
Yeah.
We will see. I promise you, if Bobby told Seth anything of what he's told us, Seth opens his fucking mouth. I promise you, it won't ever open again.
Yeah. Well,
That needs to be that's bad right there. That's where he says it. Sammy G. That's where he says it. Right there. That is a threat. I do too, Grace, at the end of the day. I think the neighborhood is also, in my opinion. Now that right there could get a protective order ASAP. That's a legit I have no idea, Misty Moonlight. I really don't know. It is beyond me. Beyond me. But what was Bobby told then? I don't know. I don't understand what you mean about Bobby. If Bobby tells like he told me and SR opens his mouth. I don't know what you mean about the Bobby thing though.
I'm just as much in the dark right now about what's going on as anybody else. Like I'm not getting updates. I have no idea.
We will see. I promise you, if Bobby told Seth anything of what he's told us, Seth opens his fucking mouth. I promise you, it won't ever open again.
Oh, Bobby, the TBI officer. Oh, let's rewind that.
And I don't know.
We'll see for how long.
Yeah.
We will see. I promise you, if Bobby told Seth anything of what he's told us, Seth opens his fucking
Hold on, if Bobby
mouth. I told Seth anything of what we'll see for how long.
Yeah.
We will see. I promise you, if Bobby told Seth anything of what he's told us,
if Bobby told Seth anything about what he told us, but KP is scared of BHB, right? He won't open his. Not Bobby the neighbor. Not Bobby the neighbor. Bobby the TBI.
we will see. I promise you, if Bobby told Seth anything of what he's told us, Seth opens his fucking mouth. I promise you, it won't ever open again.
So I got a question. Is Bobby or is Chris scared Seth is going to tell Bobby something? Is that what it is? He doesn't want Seth to say what Bobby said. Well, what did Bobby say? Chris is scared. No, he is scared Bobby has told Seth things and Seth will tell. Like what? I wonder. Maybe some things that wouldn't make them look so hot, I am sure a TBI agent would not threaten a father or. Oh, absolutely not. Is he blowing smoke? What did Bobby say is the question? That's the question. Bobby and Chris. No, they're not friends.
Yeah. Well, I'm just as much in the dark right now about what's going on as anybody else. Like, I'm not getting updates. I have no idea. So, and that's what anybody who's reached out to me, I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know.
John, do you get in touch with Chloe?
What's that?
I said, when you get in touch with Chloe,
Mm-hmm.
I suggest you tell that bitch to lose my fucking number.
Okay. Do I have to say
She
it?
does
Do I
not
have
want
to
to
say it
call
like
me.
that?
Sure. And you
Don't
can
really
tell her
wanna say it like
my,
that.
you can tell her those are my fucking words, not yours, mine.
Yeah. Okay. I kind of feel bad for Chloe right now.
Oh, I don't. I don't. When you're a fucking amateur PI and you do some stupid shit like she's done, you explain to me how anything, and I've even told you this, how the certain things that y'all have done on fucking YouTube and all this shit, how the fuck it does anything to help find.
I think he's using Bobby as a way. He's using Bobby as a way to kind of threaten Seth from speaking. This call and all the CPS reports Seth's lawyer got from the house had better be a Nina's child custody lawyer. Yeah, exactly. Kelly X, thank you, love. Thank you so much for gifting a pearl necklace. So sweet. Appreciate you. If you received that pearl necklace, please thank our beloved Kelly X. Very sweet of you. Thank you so much, my dear. Amos, thank you, love, for renewing your membership. Thank you, love. Really appreciate you. I hope that. Yeah, but you got to realize TBI would never do something like that. That is, in my opinion, just Chris trying to threaten, intimidate Seth by not opening up his mouth.
Sebastian, other than just put shit out there, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It has left y'all down a what? Completely empty fucking road.
Yeah.
I never did.
No, we never, I mean, obviously we haven't found him, so.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
I got thinking about this the other night when you and I talked. And you said you don't want to sound like a liar or anything. You're right, you don't. And that's great.
Allegedly for Chloe saying about something that happened in Katie's past when she was younger.
Now I've got information out there that actually has absolutely fucking zero to do with anything. So there's no clues. There's nothing up to what y'all have released.
Right.
Hold on, what do you say?
So there's no clues. There's nothing up to what y'all have released.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
I got thinking about this the other night when you and I talked. And you said you don't want to sound like a liar or anything. You're right, you don't. And that's great. But now I've got information out there that actually has absolutely fucking zero to do with anything. So there's no clues. There's nothing up to what y'all have released.
Right.
And I'm just got a friend of mine who is highly respected. All of a sudden, he made a good point. He didn't tell me that. And I was like, you know what? You're very valid on that. Very valid.
On what?
Information that's out there that actually has nothing to do with finding Sebastian.
Right.
Tell me that. And I was like, who is highly respected. All of a friend of mine. And I'm just got a friend of mine.
You could hear Katie say, Seth said,
Right.
And I'm just got a friend of mine who is highly respected. All of a sudden,
something about a cell phone and video.
and I'm just got a friend of mine who is highly respected. All of a sudden, he made a good point. He didn't tell me that. And I was like, you know what? You're very valid on that.
But it's on video. Seth said, he said it's itself, it's all on video. Katie says, I am the victim at one point. You need to listen to those Another Realm. You're good at that stuff.
Very valid.
On what?
Information that's out there that actually has nothing to do with finding Sebastian.
Right.
I can try TC.
Well, I mean, like I said, it'll be this evening before I'll be able to get a hold of her. But
what purpose it serves to bring through my, I mean, let's just be honest.
I don't understand what purpose.
I mean, like I said, it'll be this evening before I'll be able to get a hold of her. But
what purpose it serves to bring through my, I mean, let's just be honest. I was violent. I mean, violent.
Let's just be honest. I was, sounds like it says vile or violent or vile.
I mean, violent. Violent to bring through my, I mean, let's just be honest. I was violent. I mean, violent. I don't understand why that needs to be.
yeah.
I don't understand why it needs to be brought up.
It is what it is.
Okay.
I gotta get up and get ready to go to work.
All right. Bye.
I don't have my Go Fucking Fund Me page to pay my bills.
Yeah, I know. Me neither. All right. Have a good day.
Later.
Bye.
Oh, see, Chris had to go to bed because he had to work the next morning. I wonder if that was taken around midnight. Wonder if that was taken around midnight. Now, how many thumbs ups do we have, mods? How many thumbs ups? I'm going to show you a timeline that is nothing more than a mock timeline, and it is my opinion, hypotheses, and a possible theory. We are not saying anyone is guilty anytime, anywhere. 1200. That's amazing. You guys are amazing. All right. This is a timeline that I created. This timeline would be if CP was not at home. KP and CP on the phone from 9:46 9:46 until just before midnight. Now, I'm going to go with 11:30 to 11:40. That would be just before midnight. 11:30 would also be the time when Katie says in the first interview that she went in to check on Sebastian before she spoke to almost anyone. So if we go from 9:46 to 11:30 to 11:40, they spoke on the phone anywhere from an hour. Justin, cell phones, unless please, useless please. I don't know what you mean by that, Betty. I don't know what that means. If they spoke on the phone anywhere, we know at 9:46 or 9:48. If they spoke, it would be anywhere from an hour and 50 minutes to 2 hours max, which would corroborate Katie's first story that she gave to the neighbors. 11:30 p.m. she woke up, not mentioning that she had spoke to Chris. In my opinion, in this theory, this is one of my theories, I think that her and Sebastian may have gotten an argument that evening. That could have been why she called CP. Something could have went down prior to that call or during that call, in my opinion. Someone snapped. 11:30, as soon as they got off the phone, he was directing her actions. Maybe. CP leaves the campground. CP leaves the campground in this theory. He may or may not have taken the car that he was allegedly working on at 8 p.m. at 8 p.m. May not have. Three hours and 7 minutes drive to 3 hours and 37 minutes drive. Gave him the full amount of time. Full amount of time. If he left at 11:30, we have no idea about anything of Friday night. We don't. Now, if someone, that comes to me and speaks to me about it, and I can speak about it, or they'll talk to me about it, but I don't know. Who brings a car to a campground to be worked on a Sunday? Yeah, exactly. So if he leaves at 11:30 and it's a 3 hour and 7 minute drive, which I know it can speak that it can be 3 hours and 7 minutes, but I'll give him 3 hours and 37 minutes, which mean he could be in Hendersonville as early as 2:37 in the morning, all the way up until 3:07 a.m. That video was anywhere from 3 to 3:30. Which would fit perfectly. 5 to 6 minutes. Flashlight video. 2:42 to 3:12 in the morning. Drives back to Memphis. And I'm giving him 3 hours and 37 minutes back to Memphis. Drives to Memphis, and it's not 3 hours and 37 minutes to Memphis. 5:49 a.m. to 6:19. Terry Lynn did it 4 times, 2.5 to 2.75 hours door to door. Yeah, Silver did it. It wasn't long either. What about the poker game Friday night we've heard about? I don't know anything about the poker game. Now, Terry Lynn has said that she had a source that was at the poker game that night. As someone that does this, I can't respectfully, and I mean this absolutely, because I love Terry Lynn to pieces and I support her tremendously. But if I don't know like I need to speak to those people. You know what I mean? For it to pass my standard of what I need to make that I'm comfortable with it. You know what I mean? So it's possible. It's absolutely possible. And I'm not saying that it's anything or not, you know. I mean, but I need to know. Yeah, Terry, yeah, she supposedly knows someone from that, and I've you know, spoke to her privately about it as well. But I would like to speak her here. Thank you so much, my dear. 1 second. My StreamYard. What happened to my StreamYard? Thank you so much. Ooh, where am I at? Irony Rose for gifting 1 pearl necklace, my dear. Thank you so very much. Really do appreciate it. Terry Lynn knows a lot of people. Terry Lynn knows a lot of people. So have what, my dear? I apologize. I didn't see your other message. Yes, CP and KP, but what are you personally doing? What are they doing? Whole lot of nothing. We have seen Chris's temper, and I believe it came out full force at Sebastian, in my opinion. 4.5 hours late. Mona. Just kidding. She is lovely. Loved by a lot of. Oh, I love Terry Lynn. Love her to pieces. Love her to pieces. So this is one of my theories. I think this is what happened. Okay, there we go. I talked to Terry about the person. Yeah. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I have too. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, Terry Lynn. I love her to pieces. Love her to pieces. And she works her ass off trying to find Sebastian. And I just appreciate her so much for everything that she's done, for sure. Well, guys, I am going to end it here. It's been a fantastic show, each and every one of you, with your support. Thank you all so very much for joining me. Really, really do appreciate all of your time. Yeah, he definitely needs anger management. No, Casey, it's nothing to do with trust or anything like that. It's just we all have our own standards, you know, about like I need to know a little bit more. I can't really say on here, but it has nothing to do with trust or anything like that. All right, guys, love you. I appreciate you all so much. Thank you all for joining me. You guys are amazing, amazing people. You could have chosen Justin, don't go anywhere. My bladder says go. My bladder says go. Oh, thank you, Coexist. Thank you, my dear. Miss your face and ready to pieces with it. Thank you, my dear. Really do appreciate it. Good to see you, my love. So we coexist. You guys could have chosen to be anywhere on YouTube, anywhere in the world, anywhere on the internet, and you chose to be here. Thank you so much. Your time is very valuable, and I appreciate it. You spending your time with me. And thank you to my mods. Thank you to my members, and those who donate to this channel, donate to keep this channel going. I really thank you, truly, from the bottom of my heart. I couldn't and can't do it without you. So thank you so much. I'll check for your email, dear. So truly, I pray that somehow in all of this, through the chaos and the back and forth, the craziness, that we can find a silver lining in what is going on now. And what I mean by that is I pray that with the things that are going on with court and all of that, I pray that somehow it can benefit Sebastian in finding Sebastian. So hopefully we can do that. So there's that. I don't think I'll be back on later tonight, crazy, but I'm going to, what is today? I don't know what today is. Today's 3rd. Tomorrow I'm going to be out of town for a few days. Now I'll still be live. I will still be live from where I'm going to be going. I may be live earlier tomorrow for a little bit. Make sure you are subbed to my Hey Sweet Tea channel, because when I travel and stuff, that's the one I kind of go on a lot. Because if I'm not doing true crime, which I may do true crime, I'll be in a house, so I may do true crime while I'm gone. But if not, I'll be live every day regardless. So make sure you are subbed to my Hey Sweet Tea channel. Mods, can one of y'all drop the Hey Sweet Tea channel? So school's starting back very, very soon, and my family and we are going out of town for a little bit to kiss the summer goodbye. I hang on to summer like this with my claws. I'm like, not letting go. I've taken you on a few road trips, of course. Yes. So I will be live. Can one of the mods drop Hey Sweetie? Next week for us, you won't see me on before 4:30. Well, I will say probably after the 10th of this month, my schedule's going to change. Again, summer's almost over, and It makes me very sad. So what I'm planning on doing a midday show. That's the plan. Late morning to midday show, anywhere from 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock, 10 to 1-ish. Probably 10:30 to 1 o'clock. And I will be doing an evening show as well. And it will be probably very similar to what I do now. Zinc my nose and all. No, Cindy, not that. No, don't zinc the old nose. But I do put on sunscreen. I always put on sunscreen. You should never leave the house without sunscreen. If you want to keep the spots off of you, you know what I mean, as much as possible. You can't keep them all off. It's called age. But socks and sandals, oh my God, I want to strangle somebody whenever I see socks and sandals. Oh, good, crazy. Surgery is 28th. Keep us posted with that. But yeah, I'll be doing a show of the evening as well. It'll start at probably 4:30 or 5:30, and it'll go till 7:30 or 8:30. So, after summer breaks and stuff, I have to work more with my other job and stuff as well. So it's a lot. I need more energy. All right, guys. Thank you all so much. Really do appreciate you. God bless each and every single one of you. Justice for sweet little Sebastian Rogers. Good night and God bless.